Test. Now opening the October 8th meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for a territorial land acknowledgement. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic.
The Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people. In honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
All right, are there any statements of abstention tonight? Any adjustments to the agenda?
I would like to adjust the agenda to take up C6 at the G6 at the beginning of G calendar, and then take up G4 after that. So go G6, G4, and then move into the rest of the calendar.
Any objections?
Just to clarify, that request in English is to move the item considering reducing or suspending board compensation increases to the first item we take up in action discussion, and then moving the administrative compensation item about our superintendent compensation to the second item in the G calendar, which is our action discussion.
Great, if there's no objections, we'll make that adjustment. Any other adjustments? Trustee Jenkins?
Pull E7 and E10, please. Hold on just a second. And that's it.
Trustee Kirby?
Pull E6, please.
Any others? All right. Before we go to public comment on our study session items, I want to say a few words. So I want to thank the staff for preparing the necessary information for the Board of Education to continue its work to review and approve a comprehensive fiscal stabilization plan. We are committed to identify both immediate and longer-term solutions to ensure the financial health of the district and to maintain local control of Santa Rosa's public schools. I want to clarify and stress that in order to address our $10 to $15 million deficit, we know that reductions must be made across the organization. To this point, we have chosen to start conversations at the top. Specifically, and as you will hear later tonight, we will begin with the Board of Education and adjustments to the superintendent's contract. I make this point to underscore the fact that we can only achieve the necessary cuts by looking across the entire operation. So we began at the top with our governance team and superintendent. Because we expect the study session to take approximately 2 hours, we will have those conversations when we return for regular open session around 6 p.m. Okay, we will now take public comment on the study session agenda items. You will have 2 minutes each, and we're going to cap the total public comment on this at 30 minutes. I'll call 3 names at a time, so when you hear your name, you can head up to one of our podiums. First will be Peter Alexander, followed by Kelly Wattell, followed by Catherine Howell.
Peter Alexander, thank you very much. And I'm just going to do my best with what I'm given to understand. We're all very frustrated and lost about how there could be such a financial crisis as I'm listening to this, and that we're willing to chop up school districts and move kids around and do all these things. And my question to everyone here is, we were told, and have we been vigilant regarding many things? Or have we somehow been streamlined into just looking in one direction, not paying attention? Have we been lacking in this area? Are we, as the adults in this room, at all responsible for our current financial worries? Do we have responsibility for what's happened, and what do we do with this? We are the most powerful people in the most powerful, richest state per square yard in the world. Are we taught not to look at things where we get manipulated into these situations? For example, how is it possible that we're paying $2 to $3 a gallon for gasoline more than anyone else? And of all the taxes in this country, they take 74% out of California. How is it that we're not paying attention to this while we are now trying to fix something that external forces that we're not paying attention to have created upon us? So what do we have the ability to do as the most powerful people in the world? To continue playing a corrupt systems game, even though we're the ones that are well-intentioned and we and the children are going to suffer? And is it not true that our own education has helped bring us to this point?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Kelly Wattell, followed by Catherine Howell, followed by Jill Jackso.
Good evening, board members. This is not my first time speaking before you. Over the past few years, we've seen several administrators laid off from Rankin Valley Middle School, individuals who work tirelessly to protect our schools and students. Tonight, I want to address what feels like another reactionary proposal. Converting Rankin Valley Middle School into an accelerated charter school serving grades 4 through 12. I understand the desire to explore creative solutions, but this is not the answer. Our focus must be on true fiscal solvency, not structural changes that risk destabilizing our schools. We need transparency and real data. How much has Santa Rosa City Schools saved by closing 2 of our middle schools this year? Did closing Slater and Santa Rosa actually save us money? If so, how much? Meanwhile, students and teachers are growing there's growing strains at Slater and Santa Rosa Middle School. I don't know if you know, but science teachers actually have to drive back to Slater to get curriculum. Wait, is it Slater or Montgomery Junior High? I'm not even sure, because the girls basketball team that played Rankin Valley Middle School yesterday, their jersey said Slater. The district, if you can't afford to buy these students new jerseys to represent the schools in their sporting events, you need to do so. This sends the message of instability and neglect. Our middle school students deserve better. We must act responsibly, and we must act now. Real solutions include modest shared sacrifices across the district, a pay reduction if necessary, limiting or cutting outside contracts, implementing temporary furlough days, and reducing central office expenditures, closing schools with consistently low enrollment, not those with strong attendance and thriving programs. Most importantly, engage with Rankin teachers, many of whom have dedicated years of service to this community. Truly listen to their expertise and experiences. Families that are watching tonight, they will go elsewhere if we dismantle what makes our school special. We have Rankin Valley and Maria Carrillo, both amazing schools. We cannot replicate that model in an accelerated 4 through 12 charter school. Board, you must make thoughtful, financial, and sound decisions. Please address the district's
Thank you.
financial
Your time is
constraints.
up.
Thank you.
Next is Catherine Howell, followed by Jill Jackso, followed by Lisa DeCarbo.
Good evening. Superintendent August, President McNally, I'm Catherine Howell, President SRTA. I appreciate you looking at the secondary boundaries in this study session. We know we're currently in open enrollment and those boundaries need to get settled so families know what's going on and our educators are able to make plans. We need to know what the boundaries are so we can figure out what the enrollment will be, so we can build a master schedule, so we know what classes are going to be offered, so teachers know what they're teaching next year. It's a huge lift and it needs to be decided. Hopefully, this will help the overcrowding at Monty and Santa Rosa, because that's a good goal. We know that the students there don't have the proper art classes or science classes or facilities that they need in many areas, especially at the junior level. And hopefully this will help some of that. But the question is, that's not included in this study session and not included in any of the documentation is, will this actually save any money? How much money are we saving? Is the savings next year? Because I'm pretty sure that's too late. We need to save the money this year so that we are not in state takeover. And I'm not seeing evidence of that in any of these plans. The elementary boundaries are even more startling, right? Why are you going to close one school and then reopen a 4-6 over here and move these kids over there and these families that have already been disrupted are getting disrupted again? And they're going to give up and they're going to walk away and they're going to take their money with them. And how are we possibly saying that closing one school to keep another one open is saving any money? And we're not seeing any numbers tonight. Where are the numbers? Where are the savings? These are the things that you should be showing us and being more obvious about, because we can't just believe that this is going to save money next year when we need to save money now and we've got nothing. We have nothing to show it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jill Jackso, followed by Lisa DeCarbo, followed by Axel O'Neill.
Evening, my name is Jill Jackson. I just recently concluded a 25-year career at Santa Rosa City Schools, and I served members of my profession advocating for representation through the union, but also served the district on curriculum adoption committees, different studies, all with the eye to promoting Santa Rosa City Schools as the best it could be. In all of the presentations I've made before the board throughout the years I've come up here, I've often hearkened back to something that we used to enjoy in the district, which was a report from the business services director, wherein he outlined exactly what kinds of monies we had on hand in each of the various categories. He elicited suggestions for what the preferences was and listed the expenditures. It was very clear when he gave his presentation what money was on hand. And what I can't believe is that we have come to a pass where we're like this much money in debt, so much so that we're having to reconsider consolidations. And again, as Catherine just said, without any representation as to how much money is going to be saved. And I'm begging the question, we are all probably self-interested folks here, either as educators or parents or taxpayers. I'm asking, why isn't there some accountability? Why don't we know if this was a failure on the board's part, somebody in business services, that obviously what you were considering last fall is way too little and way, way, way too late.
Thank you. Next is Lisa DeCarbo, followed by Axel O'Neill, followed by Patrick Atchison.
Good evening. My name is Lisa DeCarbo, and as a 30-year veteran educator at Elsie Allen High School, I urge you to prioritize equity and fiscal responsibility as you make decisions about the 2026-2027 school configuration and boundary adjustments. Creating fair and equitable boundaries will ensure balanced enrollment across all 5 7 through 12 campuses, strengthening student opportunities district-wide while supporting the district's goal of reducing its ongoing budget deficit through more efficient use of facilities, staffing, and transportation. Elsie Allen High School deserves to be at the forefront of this important work. Our staff is deeply dedicated and ready to recruit and welcome new 7th through 12th graders, students next year. With fair boundaries and equal access to incoming middle schoolers, Elsie Allen can achieve healthy enrollment levels that stabilize staffing and maximize the use of our modern, well-equipped campus, ultimately helping the district save money by reducing under-enrollment and duplication of programs. The district's own October 8th study session materials confirm that the success of this transition relies on equitable boundary adjustments and balanced enrollment among all 5, 7 through 12 schools. Ensuring LC Allen's full participation in these decisions is both an equity imperative and a fiscally sound choice. Thank you for your thoughtful leadership and commitment to fairness, sustainability, and opportunity for all SRCS students. With intentional planning and continued support, LC Allen High School will thrive as a strong, inclusive community where every 7th and 12th grader can learn, grow, and belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Axel O'Neill, followed by Patrick Atchison, followed by Kamala Brown.
Hello, I am Axel O'Neill. I am a senior at LCN High School. Prior to my freshman year, I had heard things about the school that scared me, people saying that it was the bad school. But after attending my first year, I had learned the rumors are false. My time here at LC has been incredible. We are given amazing opportunities like our JC classes provided on campus, and the staff, counselors, and teachers who go above and beyond to make sure that we will be able to pursue a post-secondary education. I have met many people, amazing people at LC, and we have built a strong community with each other. I wouldn't be the same person I am today without the support of the staff and my peers. Something I have unfortunately noticed is historically the school doesn't receive much positive attention despite the positive things us students do to express ourselves and better the community. We have an entire club dedicated to students doing community service, and we participate in art-related events at other schools to express ourselves positively. Sadly, the words chosen to describe the students at LC always seem to be spoken with some level of contempt or disdain. That is not something that we deserve. I hope that you will invest in LC Allen, promote our school for all the positive things we've done, and question your own biases so that we can continue to build and achieve great things. So please remember, we are good, and with support, we will be great. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Next is Patrick Atchison, followed by Kamala Brown, followed by Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Hello, my name is Patrick Atchison, and I'm a counseling and rich program teacher at LC Allen High School. I wanted to thank the board for keeping LC Allen High School open. And all things considered, we've had a very good start to the year so far. Attendance has been very high, sitting at around 92% consistently and growing. The 4x4 schedule has been treating us very well. We have had the flexibility to help students catch up on their credits, and the consistency of seeing students for essentially a block period daily has been invaluable for them. In spite of everything happening district-wide and in the world, we have created a safe space for our students. And to that end, I have heard that there's talk about redistributing boundaries and moving them around a bit. Please help ensure that we at LC Allen have the boundaries that we need to serve our student population. We are the only high school south of Highway 12, and we are a community hub for Southwest Santa Rosa. We have the size and the room for more students, and we have the programs to draw them in. Please help us continue to help our students in Southwest Santa Rosa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Kamala Brown, followed by Micah Carlin Goldberg, followed by Kathy Hayes. Okay. So Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Micah Carlin Goldberg. I'm a 10-year veteran of Steel Lane Elementary and a 15-year teacher. Our district talks about equity, but we don't act like an equitable district. In doing some more research recently, I came across this amazing study that was pushed by the California Department of Education, centering equity in the school closure process in California. I'll be sending this to you all later. On part of the introduction, they have a bold line that says centering equity means making it an essential part of the decision rather than an afterthought. In this context, that includes engaging with and addressing the needs and concerns of communities of color and low-income communities before, during, and after the school closure process. It also says that while school closures can help close budgets, the cost savings are often minimal in the context of the district's overall budget. Another interesting point here is, for some districts, they are required by California Ed Code 41329 to perform an equity impact analysis, which we did not do before closing all of our schools. And Recently as 2022, there was a suit against the Pasadena Unified School District that said closing the 3 predominantly Latinx school districts, they violated the California's Equal Protection Clause. That's us in a nutshell. Every proposal you have had about school closures at the elementary level has impacted the West Side schools, which are primarily Latinx. Your proposal today is to shred every community on the West Side to make 2 K-3 schools and a single 4 through 6 school while leaving intact K through 6 schools for all 3 of the remaining East Side schools. This is not equitable. You talk about equity, but you do not do equity. You're talking about keeping Proctor Terrace open when you cannot use the facility anymore, and you have Steel Lane that has 3 additional acres to be used for additional students. Thank you.
Thank you. Last is Kathy Hayes.
My name's Kathy Hayes, and I'm from Elsie Allen High School. I'm here this evening to be supportive of anything that continues to recognize the need for consistent boundaries for Elsie Allen High School. Just the decisions that you've made previously, the last couple of meetings, have helped to stabilize the Southwest community, have helped to energize the community that we serve, has helped staff in executing a marketing plan in which we're already having to implement. And it's always super important when you have a marketing plan, knowing what you're marketing. So yay to knowing what the animal is. We are anecdotally, there's a lot of excitement in the community for the direction that the board has given previously. We have parents calling and coming in every day and saying, I hear you're going to have 7th graders next year. I want to hear more information about this program. And any of these continued decisions helps to energize and ground some of the decisions that have already been made. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your perspectives. We'll move now to the study session itself. I'll turn it over to Superintendent August.
Thank you, President McNally. Thank you for everyone who is here to share information. Our team really appreciate the work. I do want to, as we go through this, we'll talk a little bit about the why and how this came forward. A couple of the questions I understand are need absolutely for additional financial information. Every decision right now is based in the fiscal impact. There are many things to consider with that. We also, as we look at this, need to consider the impact on our students, especially the concentration of our special education students at particular schools. Mr. Fisher will speak to that later. And I'm going to just go ahead and hand it over. We'll kind of move through this. And again, study session, so a little bit different than a normal presentation.
August, there we go. Thank you, Superintendent August, President McNally, members of the board, staff, students, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. Just to recap, the task that staff was provided, educational services working with information and evaluation and maintenance operations, special services, and a number of other departments was asked by the board to develop a recommendation that would accelerate the conversion of the remaining secondary sites to 712 campuses, to look for options at the elementary sites that address space constraints and elementary issues over time, and in general to look for options that improve instructional alignment and coherence across grade levels. To that end, what we're going to be presenting tonight is some information, analysis, and consideration at the elementary level. That would be 146 intermediate campus at the Hilliard Comstock site, 2 TK primary campuses at Helen Lehman and James Monroe, a consolidation of the Lincoln campus, and the consolidation of Steel Lane. At the secondary level, we will present and ask for a recommendation on a concrete timeline for our VMS combining with Maria Carrillo High School, which would then, we'll also be explaining the 5 comprehensive 7-12 sites, the possible development of an alternative secondary school, which is actually something that is a carryover of board recommendation from last school year. The brief but essential consideration of the Schreck's Charter, which is due to be renewed this year under, possibly under the high school district. So at this point, that's a brief overview of what we'll be discussing today. I can go ahead and start by moving to the elementary executive director, Lisa Haley.
Before we move on, I did just want to clarify something. This is coming forward out of a combination of requests, partially from board action previously asking for a study session around the information related to Elsie Allen, as well as a request from the chair of the finance subcommittee around the timeline changes and fiscal impacts of as part of that boundary discussion, looking at the cost of building based on the removal of boundaries versus the distribution of students within traditional boundaries. So that's part of the lens for this evening. I just wanted to clarify that.
All right. Just a very quick review of where we are right now and what we are working on for our elementary school district. So back in February 2025, the board has voted and approved the closure of Still Lane Elementary School. As you can see here, I've highlighted the area in light blue, what I call North Santa Rosa. This is the area that is impacted by this closure, as these areas served by the 3 remaining schools that can pick up the students from Still Lane. And that includes Rincon Valley, Hidden Valley Elementary School, all the way to the right, then coming towards the left, Helen Lehman Elementary Schools and James Monroe. So about 1,700 students live in this area, and they will be distributed among these 3 campuses, which means that we are going to have about 620 students each on average, again, depending on how the attendance boundaries can be divided between these 3 sites. What we have for you today is an alternative proposal, and I'll let Ms. Haley take over from me.
I would say good evening, but it's still afternoon. So with the asks, we would have an additional school closure of Abraham Lincoln. So that would be a new board decision and action that would be needed. We would turn Helen Lehman and James Monroe into a TK3 school, which actually aligns with the state's UPK3 coherent education system. And then we would use Hillary Comstock for a 4-6 school, really allowing in both of these scenarios to dive deep into the students that they serve. We know by studies that in elementary school, if kids do not read, and when we talk about reading, it's not just decoding and it's not just comprehension. If you do not have both of those, you have an illiterate student. So by having a 3rd grader that does not have both of those, we are not supporting as they move up and they don't have a strong base. So by really focusing at that 2-3 sites, that would allow for that deep dive into real foundational skills and moving towards the comprehension level to where they go to 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, where they're really diving into curriculum and different areas like content. So that is one proposal. And so I touched on a little bit, once again, really that early literacy and then on to intermediate skills. This would also be a huge thing of reduction of combos, because when you have a larger number of a grade level on a site, you're able to distribute students a lot easier, a lot more effectively. So we don't have a classroom that has 40 students in it. We could actually distribute them where everybody was equal. So that is one thing. So as you see, it would have with TK3, it would be about 4 teachers per site per grade level and 9 teachers for 4 through 6. I really want to also focus and let you know that the Monroe and Lehman and Comstock really form like a little triangle. And so it is a tight community, and it would still remain that community. And it would be adding Steel Lane students and also Abraham Lincoln. I have to say, when I was at Helen Lehman, I never understood while some of the students wouldn't come to me when they were closer to me than they were at Steel. So it kind of really puts kids with their neighborhood friends as well. There's a far greater need and opportunities for collaboration and calibration. And what I mean by calibration, to really look at what students are doing. So if I only have one 6th grade class, I really can't evaluate where my kids would be unless I'm going to go across town or I'm going to meet with other 6th grade teachers from different sites, which is not always a easy solution or easy way to do things, to see where kids are at. We would be able to actually pool our resources. So when you have really strong supports in foundational skills, that would be focused at 2 sites. And then you'd have resources for the 4 through 6 sites. It also allows emotional needs to be met. 4th graders through 6th graders have different emotional needs than a TK through 3 student. It promotes a lot more inclusivity for our special education students, and I'll let John speak in 1 second. And I do just want to address the cons. And I want to address that, yes, someone did mention that we were going to move students again and staff. I want to acknowledge that, and I hear that, and that is a con. And then also the closure of an additional elementary school would also be a con. So I just wanted to acknowledge those.
I wanted to speak a little bit about our special education students. And at the elementary school level, I see a couple of different issues. One, we have special education program classes concentrated at a very few sites. The most obvious example of this is Lincoln, where we have 6 program classes, a couple of special day classes, and about half of the classrooms are special education classrooms at Lincoln. The effect of this is a couple. It diminishes inclusion opportunities because there are fewer general education classes for the students to be included in. And another point too, when we're concentrating special education programs at certain sites, it also limits the opportunities for general education students at other sites to work with and have interaction with our program students. And again, with our vision that all special education students are general education students first, it would be better for our system overall to have a more equal division, rational division of our special education program sites. And the one particular pro of this particular model is it would allow us to distribute our program classes among various sites. And I want to also say about we also have the opposite issue at the elementary school level. As you may remember, when we consolidated our RISE program was split amongst 4 different sites. This also gives us an opportunity to at least bring pairs of teachers together so we aren't split among multiple sites for our programs. I think overall, this model would be a benefit both to our general education students and our special education students. And again, and the othering or the separation of special education students in our district, which is one of our great goals for our district and our special services department.
I also really want you to note that Windsor School District, this is how they function in their elementary level, is really by this model. And it has proven to be, and they have a very strong track record of quality education. And I only say that because also my kids went there, but so there is a track record. We know it is something that is done within our own community as well.
I can just speak for a moment about how that happens where we end up with a large concentration of our special education students at particular sites. And it's happened over the years through a couple of reasons. One, the open enrollment process that we have where our priority has just been as long as there's space. We move families around as they request, which then tends to leave particular sites with an overabundance of space and under enrollment. And as we are looking for expansion of special education, as we've increased that rate of identification, as we have expanded services or offered specialized programs, the space where we have to place those programs is then concentrated at under-enrolled schools. And that actually exacerbates the problem because, again, we have smaller class sizes required in many of those special education classes, which means that on the natural, we can't put additional students or additional classes at those under-enrolled schools with general education students. So it really creates a cyclical problem.
Just a quick question. Well, I don't know. Do I have to hold questions? Should we do more presentation? I can write them down. I have them written down. But they're about Lincoln and the double stuff. That makes sense. Yeah. Finish away.
Maybe if we take them section by section, so elementary and then secondary, that way it's kind of the study session on the elementary and then separate. Okay.
The last thing I have for you tonight, under the elementary, is just a review of the proposed attendance boundaries. As you can see here, we are going to keep the attendance boundary for Hidden Valley in top green, the same as it is this year. And then the attendance boundaries for James Monroe, Helen Lehman, and Lincoln will be combined into one. Currently, our working title is under the Comstock Upper Elementary School attendance boundary. There is a small proposal to move the neighborhood to the south of Santa Rosa High, back from Proctor Terrace to this new joint attendance area. This is to relieve some of the overcrowding at Proctor Terrace. And then if we go to the next, here is how the two primary school site will be divided. Pretty much the attendance boundary for James Monroe will remain the same, picking up the north side of the Still Lane attendance boundary above Gurnville Road and Still Lane. And then Helen Lehman will pick up the attendance boundary for Still Lane to the south of Gurnville Road and Still Lane and all of Lincoln and that little area of the neighborhood to the south of Santa Rosa High. And that's pretty much it.
So my first question is about the TK through 3 and 4x6. Because I've experienced this both in Rincon Valley and in Windsor. Is Windsor still doing it? Because I know they were 2 grade sections and I thought they went back to K6, but they're still separate?
They are separate. When they closed Windsor Creek, Maddie Washburn became TK 1, 2, and then Brooks became 3, 4, 5. And they have the middle school model of 6, 7, 8, like the Common Core.
And then the follow-up question for that is because, very nicely done. Because we have neighboring districts who have experienced this, have you been talking with the people, Bennett Valley and Rincon Valley, but have you been talking with the districts about pros and cons of this and what they've run into? Because I know they adjust quite a bit once they do shift.
Are you talking about Windsor, like the model?
Just in general, the models. I remember being in the classrooms and Windsor in particular, I was like, what do you guys, why are we doing this? Like, what's happening here? And I understand that it's like, I do understand the benefits and the negatives, but I'm just ensuring that you guys have had this
So
conversation
I have
also.
firsthand experience because I taught 7 years in Windsor. And so, and I taught at the Windsor Creek, which was the 2-3 at the time. And we had 13 second grade teachers and 13 third grade teachers. And it was, once again, that time where you really could collaborate and you could really pull your resources. We were able to really look at students' needs, switch kids around if we're going to do a walk to read program or even a walk to math. And we had different interventions that we could really accommodate and support students with. We also had special ed classrooms where we can actually have full inclusion model. So yes, and I have several friends that still are there.
And then the other piece to that is, and I guess this is for the board really, is like the, at first in my mind, I'm like, oh gosh, we're breaking things apart when we're trying to extend the times. However, with this model, these kids do all stay together. They start further apart and then they all come together 4-6. Then I believe, I mean, I don't know how, the maps are not my friend, but it makes sense that all of those kids would then go to Pioneer Junior Senior Program. Right.
That's correct. Most of them will. I mean, yeah.
So I have another question about Lincoln, but if anybody wants to talk about the 4-6 TK3 thing.
Well, I would just like to add that at first I was skeptical, but I also spoke to several friends that kids are in Bennett Valley that have a similar model like this, and they spoke very highly of it. And I think the fact that we can focus on early intervention of reading and numeracy would actually help improve our middle school programs. Because when I learned that you could fail every class in middle school and still get promoted to high school, and there's no intervention for that to help the kids that are already struggling in reading and writing, like it changed my mind. So not that we're voting right now,
I appreciate
but
you doing that research.
Yeah.
Because it really does, it is educationally sound.
I agree.
Programmatically.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. I have a variety of questions. First off, on the TK3 and 4-6, I mean, I don't doubt the benefits of that in general. In terms of the whole equity and that change, I know there's a lot of changes happening here, but it seems like it's all just happening on the west side. So I'm wondering, would there be plans to do it on the east side as well at some point? But there's a couple of the questions that I think I haven't seen or heard addressed. And that's like, I think the motivation of why we're even doing any of all this. And that's tied to the money. How does this save money? Or is this just addressing the impacts of prior decisions? Because I feel like we're here because we need to identify further savings. Does this do that? And then the other question, because I'm just going to pile them all on, is addressing kind of what Micah brought up, the issue of Proctor Terrace and the future of constructing that, and then closing Steel Lane. And now it sounds like closing another elementary when there's a school that there's going to be issues with in terms of continuing to maintain. So all that within the context of the money.
So I can't speak towards the financial because I'm in educational services and not the money person. Probably everyone's grateful for that, but I do want to say towards the equity, literacy is a civil right. And so this allows for that foundational skills. I get really passionate about this is my thing. I get very passionate. And I always say my tagline, literacy is safety. And I really find that by grouping the TK3, we can focus on that because we can develop our students and really be educationally sound in a manner that is supportive to all. Our teachers try very, very hard and are such hard workers. And sometimes it's very fragmented when you have only one grade level.
And again, I said on that issue, I don't disagree. I agree with you. That's not what I'm asking about. I wanted about the other things.
the questions about why is it only happening on the west side to go to that TK3 versus and 4-6 model and not on the east side. I don't know if part of the proposal is doing that in the future. And then again, the issues that Micah brought up about, closing Steel Lane, a really good school, when in our last meeting, we'd have identified issues with Proctor Terrace. And right now, there's the proposal to now close Lincoln, right? When from a property and construction stage, there's been issues presented with Proctor Terrace, even though I know that that's an amazing school with great advocacy and great results. But I think thinking about long-term future and what we can do and what we need to do specifically with facilities and construction, I think there's clear issues there. And so why wasn't that proposed as potential closure? So it's just a question that I'm posing because I think it's important.
So I will defer a little bit to Director Oden around the facility piece of it as far as cost. But when we talk about if we go back to the school closure and consolidation recommendation last year and some of the study information that was provided, the location specifically of Steel Lane is, if I were to, I think, quote the transportation, and I'm trying to remember what his title was, but the one who has to do with the basically traffic patterns and flows for when he provided feedback on our sites. The specific.
It was the traffic engineer.
Thank you. The quote was really about the extremely problematic nature of the placement of Steel Lane in relation to that. And we have had concerns, safety concerns around that. So I can let Director Oden speak specifically to the construction costs that would be needed to change that school completely, which is what would be necessary.
This is for Steel Lane. Yes, yeah. So yeah, Steel Lane is, as Lisa mentioned, we met with the traffic engineers, and that's why they ended up closing one of the lanes actually due to the, it's a pretty dangerous situation coming in and out of there. And part of their master plan was to actually demolish the annex to Steel Lane to create a parking lot and then add all kinds of new buildings that would need to take place to house, the necessary number of children. So, it's in excess of a $30 million project out there that would be needed to cheaper than would be to build a brand new school, of course, but still quite substantial.
But again, in the comparison of closing Lincoln versus closing Proctor potentially, I mean, again, you're proposing a new school closure, right? That's Lincoln, if I'm correct, and versus Proctor Terrace where there's issues. I don't understand from again, that long-term perspective of maintaining these schools.
I understand what you're saying. I do know from the consolidation committee, the next recommendation was to close Abraham Lincoln. And I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but if we were to close Proctor, we couldn't make those same moves. It's not in that neighborhood.
And again, that recommendation came prior to this new information that was not available then, that was presented to us at the last meeting as it relates to the faults. Again, just highlighting that. And again, at what point do we get information as to how these changes affect us from a fiscal perspective?
So some of that depends on the direction given to explore or not, and the time frame as far as being able to gather information. The short turnaround did not allow us to gather all of the information here. So we are presenting the information that's available as of today.
And
we do expect to have study sessions, more for additional information. We have some proposals for that as we get later into the committee.
Trustee Delatorre.
Thank you, President McNally. Thank you for the presentation.
in good conscience, I can't make a decision to move in any direction until I have actual numbers and physical evidence of what's happening. This district went through monumental changes last year to consolidate and close middle school programs into high schools. 12 programs that are happening in Montgomery and Santa Rosa. They've been happening for 7 weeks. Do we have numbers? Is that actually saving money? I don't know. And to be told that the direction given will decide what be saved or not saved, if I don't have evidence of what's saving, I can't move in any direction in good consciousness.
I absolutely understand, and I just want to share that if there's concern, please feel free to direct that at me. Our staff is providing the information that they have for each of their respective areas. The thing to keep in mind when we think of when decisions were made last year, the numbers that we have, the information that we have so far is where we ended last year. These changes were implemented this year. We are currently in the process of saying, okay, where did all of those numbers now end up? What are the actuals for the current? So that's what we are working on. And when we come forward with our preliminary multi-year projection for the pre-first interim, because we're running those extra numbers, that's when we will have here's what the savings the actual savings net has been. Some of the things that we will not have realized are changes from not having completely aligned schedules, because that does limit the sharing of staff. There are factors that there are things that could be done differently that we know now going forward, things that need to be addressed as we move forward. I absolutely understand the frustration, and we are working to get as much information as quickly as we can.
Okay, so it's not just frustration, but that's no answer to my question, and it's directed towards you. What financial impact are we looking at? I cannot make further consolidation, change directions unless I know if something's working or not. And in reality, we won't know those numbers until we have a full year into the program. So we cannot compare this to Bennett Valley. We cannot compare this to Windsor. We are a larger district. We are different. And the reality of our elementary programs is we are surrounded by 7 other elementary feeder programs that are offering traditional K-6 programs that our families will go to if we make another monumental change with no evidence to support to our community. If we can provide them evidence, if we can talk them through with the reality of what's happening, it'll make sense. But to go out there and say, just trust us.
Understandable. And when we look at costs for staffing, when we think of FTEs, there would not be a requirement to increase FTEs. So as far as from that piece, it would be at least a cost neutral. Would there be a potential, when we're talking about the elementaries, would there be a potential for savings? Maybe that would depend on the number of students in each grade and the overage piece, which is absolutely what we have right now, that we've been trying to make those adjustments for with those overages. The savings on this type of consolidation really comes in the facility side of it, more than from as far as that we can say, yes, there could be a savings on the facility side that's more substantial. The FTE piece of it is at least a cost neutral. So again, we need to look at the overall, how many facilities are we continuing to maintain? What does that look like? And another piece that will come up is we've also changed some of our practices and our policies around inter-district transfers, that our policies now match what our neighbors have, which does not allow the unfettered transfer out of our students. We have aligned our language to align with our neighbors, that when we've had things go to the county on appeal in the past, if you recall, that was one of the recommendations through the ad hoc committee, was to change that policy, because we did not have anything to stand on when things would go to appeal if a transfer were denied. So those are processes and practices that we have worked on to reduce the possibility of that.
So I understand that and I fully support that decision. But just because we align boundaries and tell families this is where you have to go, doesn't mean that's where they're going to go. There could be other opportunities to find other sites. I'm just really struggling with another massive situation put on our plates when my main focus is maintaining local control for this district. And that means we have to make decisions right now to stabilize our budget so that we do not get taken over by the state. I don't see how that's done by consolidating and moving a bunch of schools around when last year we were told during this process that it doesn't cost that much to maintain the facilities. We're saving the money in staffing and instruction. And now we're being told, well, we're going to save money in facilities because we're not going to be using them. So I need the right information so I can make a sound judgment with my colleagues to make sure we're moving in the right direction to save our district.
And thank you. I can't say how much I appreciate the focus on that. And when I was talking about facilities, I was actually talking about long-term with building and bond funds rather than the operations. You are correct that there's minimal savings from the daily operations of the facility. Thank you.
The other question that I have that's totally not addressed in these maps, again, like I completely understand the benefits of a TK3 and 4-6, like from an educational outcome perspective. But again, looking at the money and the impacts on students and families here, what does it mean with transportation, where you're going from all the way Highway 12 all the way to Comstock?
So with the transportation, as far as like moving kids from, like if you have a fourth grader and a first grader be at different sites, there would be the bus that when we do busing as normal, then would drop kids off maybe at, let's say, James and Rowe, pick up the group and then go to Comstock. So there would be like a shuttle service, but it was really, they're going to go there anyway. Does that make sense?
But I mean, in terms of costs, because the
We are
way
gonna be
costs were presented to us, it's based on miles. And now they're going from Highway 12 all the way up to like Comstock, based off where they live. And so what additional costs might that
I
add?
can't answer anything financial because once again, I'm the educational component.
So we do have, I know on the secondary boundaries, we have the transportation areas. I don't know that we prepared that for this evening for elementary.
No, it's because the boundaries are very, very small. It's about half a mile. So you would imagine most of the students that live on the southern side, like the Lincoln area, will need to be bused to their new location at Helen Lehman. So that is an increased cost. But
Well, that's only
as-
the TK3, but if they're 4 to 6, they're being bused all the way to Comstock. And that's kind
That's
of
correct.
the bigger concern.
Yeah, but the route wouldn't be running two different routes. The routes can run on the same because we pay by route and by mile, right? And so the bus can run on the same route, go from Lincoln to Ellen Lehman and then up to Comstock. And basically using the extra minutes that at 3 to 6 is at school as a way to buy time to go from there and then back.
And I think the other thing, this has been agendized as a study session. So I think we're bringing up a lot of questions that action isn't required today, or is that expected, would be kind of one of my questions to staff. But obviously there's a lot of questions that are arising that I think as a board and the community would want answered. And so just hope you're jotting them all down.
And I think the action is dependent. So there are various things that we are looking for this evening. The first is to have direction on whether this is something that we should continue to explore, specifically the TK3 and the 4 through 6. Because we do need direction whether to spend our efforts on this or to look at the original proposal or the current action.
So my question is, from what Micah brought up on that study from the CDE about equity, like how do we justify that move to the TK3 and 4 to 6 only for the west side and not the east side? Because again, I agree with you. These are positive things that could get better educational outcomes. Why aren't we looking at doing that throughout the district? Or is this, I don't know where this is coming from, but the motivation behind it. But as we look at equity in the big picture and the goals of the district, and in the context of this chaos that we're in, why isn't that proposed, or will it be proposed, or how do we justify that from that equity lens?
So,
I think it would be helpful if someone could speak to the reasons behind where this idea came from. I believe it has to do with capacity.
yes, and it also, I think, and I think Elisa could speak to this for hours, but I mean, this particular option, and we've been asked to provide recommendations, but this particular TK3 and the 4-6 option just happened to lend themselves most to the best, I think, pedagogically sound instructional collaboration options for teachers in a situation that a district like ours are in. I mean, last year we were kind of pushed to do something in a short amount of time. This option just happens to be one that instructionally is a good model, TK3 and 4-6. Of course, everything that we're going through is going to have its cons. Nothing that we're going through right now is, I think, ideal, but the TK3 model, the primary center, and the upper elementary model, where you're able to cluster teachers that otherwise you'd have one or two at a particular grade level. When you do something like this, you have natural opportunities for teachers to collaborate. And like the option that was provided, you would have 9 teachers in a particular grade level. It's very rare to have an opportunity like that, where natural collaboration is present. And so, and Lisa, you could speak more to that. That's where this option kind of presented itself. Now, is any of this perfect? Absolutely not. And I think that there are a lot of downsides to any of what we're doing, but that's kind of where, in terms of where Ed Services comes to, and we're asked a question in terms of being instructional. That's where we're kind of hanging our hats on these options. So I don't know, Lisa, if you want to speak to a little bit more to this.
I know there was a hand, but if I can jump in. The two things that are really we need to consider right now is the decision to close Still Lane, right, is being made. So that one is what we are working with. So the two things that we are really waiting right now is what to do with that attendance boundary. And so there are two options. The first option is to divide the students up between Hidden Valley, James Monroe, and Allen Lehman. As we said, we have about 1,750 students. If you divide those by 3, right, you have about 650 students at each elementary. None of those sites have been built to host those many students, right? And so that's what we are looking at. So then looking at then, okay, what would be a different option, right? If you look at what the facilities that will be available next year, Comstock will be empty, right? It's a facility that has lots of room, big facilities, gym, is missing a playground, but, Eric can build it. We can, have a covered eating area. And so then, the question is, how can we use this facility as an elementary school, right? And the other thing is that if we want to have a kindergarten complex on the facility, we need to have restrooms for kindergartners, and those take time to build the money. So then the other question is, where do we have the kindergarten facilities at James Monroe and Allen Lehman, right? And so if you put all of that together, you get to this idea of 2 primary school sites that can use the facilities to a full extent, and then, upper grade facility where, the older kids can, come all together, have, grade levels where, there can be differentiation and so on, and also access to facilities that they wouldn't have otherwise at the other elementary schools. So that's kind of like where this is coming from. And it kind of all works together, both from a facility standpoint and from an instructional standpoint.
Yeah, just to add one more thing, in terms of the equitability or equitable component, primary centers really lend themselves to having more of a wraparound ability to attract families, newcomer centers. When I worked in Los Angeles Unified School District, they're very common to have primary centers all over the city where you would have, a family center established on the primary center. And a lot of the community health services would be established there. You'd be able to pool resources a lot more easily because you'd have a larger population of students at a particular grade level, and you'd be able to focus your resources at places like that. So it helps with equitable or equity issues as well quite a bit.
And I think the other thing that I'd like to add as a concern, aside from the restrooms and the playground at the Comstock site, is just the safety issues. We've had several incidents, with homeless folks in the community around there. That's attached to that park and with the city. And there's a lot of stuff that happens in that community. And now we're adding a younger population there that adds concerns from that perspective that I think we need to at least talk about or be aware of.
So
Yeah,
we have
Absolutely.
so before we have 3 board members who haven't even had a chance to ask questions, including the 2 that actually represent this area. Is it possible that we can move through the remaining board members? We're over halfway through our study session and 3 of us haven't had a chance to talk at all. So can I suggest that maybe Trustee Kirby goes first and then we can come over to Roxanne and myself? Thank you.
Thank you. For the study session, so to follow on with Director Medina's kind of request, what is the timeline that we're up against here? When do we need to make a decision? Do you know that date already, or?
I have no set date. I mean, I just like to, I'm a planner, so I like to make sure things are done right. I don't have a set date.
Is this because of the open enrollment period? Do we have to make a decision before that closes? Is that part of the quote unquote rush to make this happen?
So speaking to the open enrollment window, if there is a decision made that would impact the outcome. So as you remember, open enrollment is open until November 15th. And last year, when a decision was made after the close of the open enrollment window that might impact a family's decision-making, we opened a second window. So if we're looking at open enrollment window as a limiting factor, we have some, time-tested strategies to mitigate that.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, so again, back to the cost savings, which is what we're concerned about greatly in our district right now. There's the obvious reduction in admin and classified by closing a site. And I'm not good at public math, but just looking at your slide, it's telling me that you're going to need 20 teachers at each of the TK3 schools. So 40 for each of those 2 sites, and then 27 at the 4 to 6 sites. So what I'd like to know is that a reduction in the number of staff that we're going to need at the schools? Is that going to help with our cost savings? Help you determine what the cost savings might be?
Yeah. So that's a good question. So teaching staff moves with students. So unless we lose students, we don't lose teaching staff, right? And so pretty much our, if you think about costs, right, there is 2 buckets. There is direct instructional support, and that is possible to cut only if we have sites that are working at, less than capacity, and we can combine classes that are under-enrolled. As we have shared with you, this year we work really, really hard not to have under-enrolled classes, which has the side effect of having a lot of combination classes, right? And so we are trading small class sizes with bigger combination classes. So what this plan can have is a reduction in combination classes, mixed levels, rather than reduction in personnel costs. I can talk about, and then there is the other, instructional support, and which is administrator costs, classified and so on. Those, it will need to go back to the ratios because I don't know like how big the sites are going to be and what kind of level of staffing we'll need to do. So that's where this gets a little bit complicated, to really start accounting for beforehand, because, if we have a site with, 700 students, we might need to have 2 administrators, right? And so that is kind of difficult to price in right now.
Well, my advice would be take these teachers, maximize the students that they can handle, and then come back with those numbers to help us. Worst case scenario, we're going to fill it up. Let's see how much it's going to cost. So I'll defer to the other directors.
So I have several questions. One, and this may be something to come back with, but you had mentioned an idea around how you'd have a coherent community across the 3 sites and how that culture would be built. To begin with, I'm very skeptical. So I'm trying to understand what
I would have
that
no other
concept is.
expectation from you.
So are you prepared to talk about what that strategy would be to have that cross culture with the additional transition, or?
So I will say that our elementary principals, we get together and we really strategize together, and we try to grow together, try to replicate what something's working at a site. So when I say that working together and the communities, it really is building that together, and their coherence is enormous, and their calibration of what each site does and replicating it and what's working. So I guess I'm pretty much saying the principals really lead a lot of that. So
I think I need to understand more about how we would knit together, because the transitions we know that transitions from one campus community to another have a negative impact, and they may be different at different age groups, but the impact comes both from the transition and the physical space change for the learner. It also comes from the ability for the campus community organizations to have more sustainability. There's a reason our K-8s have really, have that longer sustainability of parent leadership and involvement and volunteerism. And so I think before I could consider this, I'd really need to understand the intentionality in that.
okay, so for example, let's say James Monroe is going to have a Posada. So the students and the families from Comstock would also be coming to that event. So it is both communities, because the students and families are really the same because they go from sites. So that would bring that together as a community, if that's the question for that.
It's anecdotally addressing the question, but I think understanding how are they the same parent organizations, different parent organizations, same teacher groups? Like, is it how all that operationally would work? I think is where I'm coming from.
And I think that would be something that would really have to be developed. But at school sites, really, those parent organizations are for those sites. And we would be able to maintain the community school designation, which would be very important as well. And when Dr. Castro was mentioning the different things at the elementary site, TK3, the same would go, like those community supports would be there at the 4-6, but separate ELAC, separate school site councils, that would need to continue because it's not an adjoined school. They're still separate schools.
I think I probably should also try and go and visit one of the nearby schools that has that model. So,
And you're welcome to come to an elementary principal meeting next Tuesday.
I may be available. Let me know. So I think to the questions that were presented as far as kind of what feedback's needed today, I understand the proposal to close Lincoln, because in a lot of ways, the way that the boundary was drawn for Lincoln, Burbank, and Proctor should have had all 3 of those campuses fully occupied based on the populations that were in them. And we're still seeing 9 classrooms not occupied at Lincoln, despite the fact that their boundary should have similarly filled that with the current year boundary. So I understand where that's coming from. And I do like considering the use of Comstock because it's a facility that's within our elementary district and having it on the table to talk about. I don't know that the TK6 is the way to go. I think I still need to get more information on it, but I think on the facility side of it, those are appropriate moves, and perhaps there's additional savings from the closure that is addressed by using space at our site. But I am with my colleagues on needing to actually see the numbers on that. I do want to correct some information that's been. First off, I want to recognize that 2 weeks ago, we had a motion before us to actually just approve everything without actually talking about any of it. So I'm really glad that we had this study session and you put the energy into it, because I think if we had taken that action without even having this conversation, it would have been unfortunate. So thank you all for putting that together. I want to recognize that the Proctor Terrace trenching study was not new information at all. What that study did is it told us that what was on the state earthquake maps that we had in February actually was there. So it was just confirming the information that we already had. And so the ability to use Proctor is the same as it was then. And I think it's also important to recognize that Proctor Terrace, its population this year is 52.9% Hispanic. So, you know, I think we make assumptions about what being on the west side of 101 looks like and what being on the east side of 101 looks like, and that's not the reality on our campuses. So I think it's important that we have the truth out there related to that discussion. Additionally, geographically, our elementary district is fundamentally the center of Santa Rosa. It is not our secondary district where we cover a wide swath of geography that goes all the way up to Kenwood and all the way down to the casino in River Park. And the location of Proctor Terrace as a campus is in an area that is entirely infill. So there's no opportunities to look for new sites for schools that would be able to serve anything remotely within a traveling distance. So the importance of, I think, preserving that site with the information that we showed was exactly the same that we had when we already made that decision is important, and recognizing that we have the full capacity to use the back of the property, the green field, replace the portables as a part of this conversation. So I think that's an important component to this, and I don't see any reason to revisit that. That's where I'm at on those, but again, I similarly can't make a decision on 4-6 and on truly whether or not Lincoln should stay open or closed without actually seeing more details around the operational and facility costs.
Just a quick, more legal question. Do we need a new 7-Eleven to close, not the store, the committee, if we're looking at closing Lincoln again?
Do you want to restrict the 7-Eleven?
Well, there's two different things, two different 7-Eleven. But I think, we formed our school consolidation and closure committee last year under the same type. I'm just clarifying for those who may not understand. We formed it under the auspices of the general operations of a 7-Eleven committee, which is typically required to have between 7 and 11 members, because it was not under the required for us to do, because we were not in receivership, which is essentially what, when we're required to do that full process, we had more than the 7 to 11 committee members. We had 20. So just for people to understand what we're talking about, that was our school consolidation and closure process. There's not a requirement. Is it a best practice? Yes. But no, it is not a requirement because we are not in receivership. We don't have that designation. And I want to be clear that the process that we followed did follow that report and the best practices that were out there, that the demographics analysis was part of that information. So that the analysis was done, it is then up to the board to make a decision on what to implement within that. So I just want to clarify that.
So my concerns are not so much about splitting the grade levels, moving to TK through third and 4th through 6th, I see more pros than cons, and we know that it's done in nearby districts. My main concern is closing Lincoln. So I want us to have a chance to revisit the equity impact of that. I'm also wondering, I know we've struggled to fill Lincoln, but I'm wondering if the other sites are transitioning to these split programs and there are parents who want to stick with TK through 6, could we potentially attract those families to Lincoln? And then my other concern is the Comstock location. That's my trustee area. That's my neighborhood. I love my neighborhood, but I will admit, as an adult walking around that park, I have had unsafe experiences. So I'm not saying that I don't want to use that site as an elementary, but I'm wondering what we could do to increase the safety there. Fencing, wood fencing and playgrounds, all that it might need, would that still justify, would the cost savings still be there?
Yes. So just to follow up on why Lincoln is really to preserve the cost savings associated with the closure of Still Lane. Because if we were just to reopen Still Lane at Comstock, it wouldn't really save any money that we already budgeted for last school year, right? And we discussed. And so something else will need to give if we want to move aside, right? And so it's really not, maybe it's a euphemism, but it's a move of Lincoln to Comstock to become the 712 campus, right? And then, Eric and I have talked about, the fencing, and that's something that at least our initial planning for.
Yeah, it is part of the master plan for Comstock to definitely secure it better. I went to Comstock. I grew up in that area. I know it quite well. We had to pause all that right when we did consolidation, and then when that school ended up being part of the closure plan, it kind of halted, the work there just due to conserving our money and putting it where it's needed. So if this change was to happen, we could certainly ramp back up the security aspect of that site.
Are there any trustees who haven't had a chance to speak yet at all? Okay, Trustee De La Torre?
A couple more things I need some clarifications on, if we can do some more research. Through these different programs, transportation comes up a lot. And unfortunately, we have had a lot of concerns from our families of transportation arriving on time. So what kind of monkey wrench does this throw into that situation? Are the routes going to be condensed, reimagined? What can we do to ensure that the transportation provided is actually going to get our students where they need to go and on time? So that transportation thing is a big key for me. And I appreciate Vice President Caston bringing it up. And I just want to say it again so we can say it loud for the room to understand is boundaries were adjusted with full intent for Lincoln to be full, correct? That was our intent. And is Lincoln full?
No.
So we adjusted boundaries, hoping that that was going to send families and students to that site, and it didn't. So that's why I have a really big concern with continued boundary adjustments on looking at numbers, hoping that families are going to go where we would like them to go to fill our campuses. Sometimes that's not always the reality. And unfortunately, we're seeing it firsthand this year. So we've got to be very diligent in our efforts to try and do what's best for the whole community to get these kids educated.
Trustee Caston?
Just one small addition as we're looking at the boundary adjustments that are proposed here. I have concerns about moving Ridgeway and Cherry Street neighborhoods. I mean, they're that traffic pattern for them to have them in there. I think they're we'll end up transferring out if we don't have them with one of the two schools that's closer to them. So I think we should look at whether or not there's a way to rejigger that so that we don't have those neighborhoods, because they really are attached to, having St. Rose district not in the same district as the Cherry Street neighborhood is going to be weird, because those are really the same downtown community.
Yeah, that historically the area attended Still Lane, and it was changed to Proctor last year. and there are about 30 students there. So it's basically a classroom, which we know we could relieve a little bit of the overcrowding at Proctor Terrace.
If we can look at, recognizing that we're coming back, if we can look at a way to not have it be separated from like St. Rose and JC and A, those are all three of those neighborhoods are really one community in a lot of ways, but I recognize that could be a challenge.
Could we move on to the secondary?
Trustee Jenkins, one last question.
Yeah, it's just kind of additional comments to go with it is, one, I really initially thought this conversation was going to be about the Proctor Burbank boundary so that each of so Santa Rosa and Montgomery do have an in-district feeder. Additionally, the Lincoln topic, I recall last year, I thought the direction was to not only adjust the boundaries, but to also kind of push in. So that was going to be a walkable and then redistribute the sped kids so that they were getting the first instruction, however that's worded, so that they were in their neighborhood schools. So I'm a little bit confused about how that didn't happen because our boundaries were supposed to be a little bit more clear to get people in there. So I just wanted to make sure those two things were stated. And then as far as the TK through 3 and 4 through 6, I am for that if we can get the maps to not break them apart when they get to secondary. So if they all stay with Pioneer, that makes so much sense. It seems like it's a huge, huge, huge benefit that it would be great if other parts of town had it. Some parts do, utilizing the other districts, but having something in district like that is such a huge benefit to that side of town. It's crazy town. So thank you guys. But I wanted to make sure those comments about Burbank and Proctor, as well as confusion about how we got here with Lincoln were stated.
So I'm going to take that as the segue to our secondary presentation. So as we did before, we are going to do a brief recap for who's new here. So what happened over the past 6-7 months? There was an initial decision back in February to turn LC Allen High School to a magnet school and to go towards a secondary comprehensive campuses and this magnet school. I want to say what it feels like a month ago, but I think it was 2 weeks ago, there was a slight different decision. So for the 26-27 school year, so for next school year, we are going to maintain the same school and attendance boundaries that we have this school year, so 25-26. And then LC Allen's move to our magnet school will be delayed by 1 year as they build up their junior high program and potentially expand other programs. So tonight we have a slightly different recommendation for you that riffs off at the decision so far, but builds towards a slightly different direction.
Okay, good evening. So the recommendation for secondary would be to implement the RVMS MCHS reconfiguration at the earliest in 2027, 2028. And to keep the same secondary attendance boundaries that we have for 25-26 with minimal updates. This consideration allows us to have 5 high schools that will serve grades 7-12 as neighborhood schools. It helps support impact on facilities. It helps support an impact on the boundary lines and enrollment on other sites, as well as special education programs. And for each of these different members of this team, we'll address those more thoroughly. So then the next steps would be to address some space concerns that may arise at Maria Carrillo and at Santa Rosa High, and do those fine tuning of the adjusted boundary lines, as well as how we look at the transfer window for 2025, in particular for Maria Carrillo and RVMS. The whole district, in fact, so that there is a so that the neighborhood schools really serve the kids in those boundary areas, because that's what our facilities capacity can do. And I don't know if anybody wants to go a little deeper on impact on facilities, boundary lines, special education programs.
Those are next slides, so
Oh,
we're getting to that.
Okay.
And if I can clarify or add some information, the question came up as far as the why we brought this piece forward right now, and it was an ask for the finance subcommittee to add the timeline for the Carrillo and Rincon Valley merge, based on would there be enough or a major cost savings if we were to implement this for 26, 27. And I just want to share that that was our concern was with everything that we have going on. That's why the recommendation is no earlier than 27, 28. That would give us time to implement and plan and make those natural adjustments through the limitation of transfers. So just wanted to clarify that what we're coming forward with is additional information that was asked for on Monday from the Finance Committee with the impact on facilities and costs. And we have not, again, this was a shift in how we were looking to bring this forward. So we are doing as we can to be able to get information as quickly as possible.
So now looking at the proposed maps, and then we are going to take questions. The map that I'm bringing forward today is pretty much the same map that we have this school year with minimal changes. The idea is to keep the current situation at the high school level as stable as possible, at least for the foreseeable future, give some stability to families with a few tweaks that we had to make because either I didn't notice last year or some from feedback from board members. So if you consider here, there is a few things that are playing here is walkability and busability to your own neighborhood school. I also try to keep feeder patterns, especially on our feeder districts, and as much as I could inside the Santa Rosa City schools. If we want to go like from clockwise, starting from Pioneer High School in the top left quadrant, Pioneer will serve Pioneer Olivet, most of Marquest, and then pretty much all of James Monroe and most of the Helen Lehman attendance boundary. Then moving clockwise around the ring, Maria Carrillo will serve mostly Rincon Valley, Kenwood, and the Larkfield area, the unincorporated mountain area there above Marquest. The attendance boundaries for Manzanita and Village, or most of them that are part of the Rincon Valley, will be assigned to Montgomery High School. This is to preserve the historical attendance boundary of the area of Bennett Valley, I want to say, that's part of Rincon Valley Unified. Montgomery will continue to serve Bennett Valley, the south part of the elementary school district, what used to be the Brookhill attendance area that now is at Proctor Terrace, and part of the attendance boundary that now is at Burbank. Unfortunately, there is not really possible to give them either all of Burbank and all of Proctor Terrace because we want to maintain the walkability idea, right? Those two schools are about 2 miles apart. And, if we give, Proctor Terrace to Montgomery, for example, it will mean that if you live right in front of Santa Rosa High, you will go to school at Montgomery, right? And the other way is true, if we give all Proctor Terrace attendance boundary to Santa Rosa High, if you would live right in front of Montgomery, you had to go to Santa Rosa High, right? And so there is a little bit of awkwardness in that corner of town. Then this gives also all of the east side of Bellevue to Montgomery, right? So we are going to keep kids on the east side of Highway 101. I don't want to butcher the name of the schools, but I believe is Kawana Springs and Taylor Mountain to attend Montgomery. Then Elsie Allen will take over the rest of Bellevue and then cover all of, Roseland and Wright. And then in the center, there is Santa Rosa High. They will keep the walkability on the east side of 101. Usually, we don't want students to cross a big highway, all of the Hidden Valley attendance boundary, and then what currently is Lincoln. There are 3 changes that happen on this map, and they are very minimal. There is a little corner of Pioneer Olivet at the very bottom corner there that is currently assigned to Santa Rosa High. That will be assigned to Pioneer so that we can keep all the students together that go at Pioneer Olivet. There is a section of Highway 101 between Santa Rosa Ave and Highway 101 that currently goes to Elsie Allen, and that is creating transportation issues where kids don't know where to get picked up. So that will go to Montgomery just to keep that corridor. And then, as I said, the Larkfield neighborhood. So you can see there 1, 2, and 3. Those are the only areas that are not changing. Then next slide, please. Sorry.
Can you just go back just a second? Can you just say what these lines, like the blue lines are? This is what we have currently or what we're proposing?
The colored line, the coloring in are the proposed attendance boundary. The blue are our feeder districts.
Thank you.
So you can, I know there was a question about where are our feeder districts. You can see them here. I don't want to point them out, but they are all there for the, our 7 districts. And then finally here, I know this is the busability idea. If you see the color and the circle around a school, most of those circles are just one color, meaning that students that can be bused at a site or, that we don't need to bus because they, in theory, could walk, are assigned to their home school as the walkability. The areas where we have a little bit of decisions are the areas where we have overlapping circles because those areas potentially are walkable to multiple schools. And I know that, we can spend all night, and I already talked too much about, what to assign to where. I know there was a question and then.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bordelli. Mainly, my questions revolve around how. How do we feel this is possible? There is no geographical capacity at Maria Carrillo High School for the amount of students we have at Rankin Valley Middle currently. And there's nowhere geographical capacity to build classrooms for the amount of students we have in Rankin Valley Middle. And for us to say that we're going to reassign boundaries to restrict attendance and make that work, all that's going to do is force families to leave our district.
Yeah, sorry, Superintendent August, could you, sorry. So since I'm going to take the second segue of the day to talk about our enrollment projections. So again, these are our best guess of if we had these attendance boundaries today with 712, 5, 7, 12, how many residents would we see in each of one of those attendance boundaries, and how many realized students after transfers take place and students move from their residential area to their actual school of attendance. So Maria Carrillo is one of the 2 schools in the districts where we have fewer students living in the attendance boundary than students that actually would attend a combined 7-12 campus, right? And so the question
But which boundary is that? Is our current boundary?
The yellow boundary that I
Okay.
showed here with the
Because we've
Larkfield
changed that
addition.
boundary this year. The boundary was changed.
Yes, so this one, these numbers give back the Larkfield area, but not the full Ribley 101 and then across, like the Pioneer Olivet.
And that's where I have another big issue because Maria Carrillo was built in 1996 for East Side families on the east side of 101 for traffic egress. I live in Rankin Valley. It takes me 30 to 45 minutes to get on the other side of 101. Same problem trying to get from west side to east side. That's the reality of living there. If you live in Larkfield, Wickiup, Rebley area, you simply take Mark West Road to Rebley and you're at Maria Carrillo and RVMS. That's why families have purchased homes there and want to go that direction. So if we're going to send them to Pioneer, we might lose families because it's not going to be as easy to get to their what had been historically for the last 30 years, their home schools.
Yeah, that's correct. Over the past 30 years, there's also been a lot of development exactly in the Ripley area. And now we have developments that are physically like walkable, like behind Pioneer, assigned to Maria Carrillo, right? And so back in the day, right, 30 years ago, that area was all unincorporated area. And that's why if you look at the historical Maria Carrillo tenants boundaries, follow the, the city of Santa Rosa boundaries as of 1992, I want to say, or 1991, when the school was opened. However, that side of town, especially, the Upper East Side, Upper West Side, where Pioneer is, has seen a lot of development, and there is even more development coming in. And so this boundary of the western part of 101, to me, is just like a reassignment to follow, pretty much how it is, the development is going. And I hear the concern about traffic. I don't live by Vicky, but my understanding is that there is an overpass over 101 that takes you right on Fulton Road, and then it's a 2-minute drive over the railroad track to Pioneer High School. I understand you need to make a left turn, but
And that's what the maps say, but the reality of driving that is different, is what I'm trying to share with us. The reality of living there and driving that is different.
I live in Wickiup. It's much easier for me to get to Pioneer than it is to get to Creo over the mountain. And I go to both of them all the time, back and forth. So just to make that clear, that's right. I just write it up.
Superintendent August, do we have, we have a couple of other comments that we want to address, because I think that if we look, no, there, that's the right side. One of the things that has to be considered is that when we talk about the space availability at our schools right now, and we address the question of, is there room at our schools to allow, if we make these adjustments to all of our schools being 712? Part of the reason that it feels like an impossible situation is a created problem. It's an organic problem that we have with our policies around transfers invented for ourselves. And this is not a new problem. This is something that has been developed over a large number of years. And one of the things that I think is really critical is if we take a look at the two middle columns on this slide, if we were to take all of the students that are currently enrolled at Maria Carrillo, and we add them to all of the students who are currently enrolled at Rincon Valley, we would need to be able to find a space for 2,300 students at these two schools. However, if instead of looking at all of the students that we have accepted as transfers, we looked at Maria Carrillo through the lens of being a neighborhood school, and we looked at all of the 7th and 8th grade students who live in the Carrillo neighborhoods and the Rincon Valley neighborhoods, because they overlap, and all of the 912, it would create a need for a school of 1,582 students. Now, that actually would fit on the Carrillo campus, because that is approximately, and Eric, you can definitely chime in if I'm using my numbers wrong, that is about the projected capacity for this campus to be able to hold. We are trying to look at a problem that our current policies around transfers have created, which is why one of the recommendations that is coming with this is, in order to be able to make the transition to having all of our schools be able to serve the needs of our 7th graders through our 12th graders, because pedagogically we recognize that fewer transitions and a longer time at school create better outcomes for our students, is we're going to have to look at adjusting our processes with transfers, both intra-district transfers as well as inter-district transfers. So some of the things that we are recommending, and this is why we are not recommending this being put into place for August of 2026. We need to have some time to begin that winnowing process rather than ripping the Band-Aid off and saying everybody goes to their neighborhood school, but allowing a more gradual transition to a focus on neighborhood schools and reducing our priorities for intra-district transfers and reducing our exiting inter-district transfers to that 3% cap, which is both written into California Education Code and the common practice of our feeder districts, to limit the number of students who are exiting our district to go to other programs. So through those and an extended timeline, not trying to do it all at once, I believe that we will be able to address some of the questions of, do our current junior, senior high school campuses have the capacity to serve our neighborhoods? Because if you look at that third column, when we take a look at the students who will be living in these areas, 7 through 12, it does appear that our campuses may be able to, with slight construction, be able to honor that transition.
So I really appreciate that explanation. It maps it out very well. The problem that I have with that is we are making an assumption that that change of 700 students are going to go where we say they now need to go. And no, we're not going to lose them all, but we're not going to retain them all either. And that's a big number that I worry about.
Trustee Medina and then Trustee Jenkins.
Thank you. Well, one of the frustrating things is that this slide changed from what was attached to the agenda. Now I'm like trying to adjust. One of the big shifts there is the green area on it looks like the LC Allen boundary, right? So it shifted to being the Highway 101. And so it's taken out the rest of the Bellevue School District that was going towards it. When I look at the busability circles on the original one, I can't see the other one, but it looks like the busability from LC Allen is really taking a lot of that Santa Rosa Avenue portion that is now going to LC Allen. You know, they're just remodeling that Hearn overpass, and then there's the one over there by Tata Road. And that, again, that busability is traditionally gone to LC Allen. It's part of that Bellevue School District. And now we're extending that Montgomery, it's outside of that Montgomery busability area. So from that perspective, it doesn't make sense, right? And so I think that's important to consider because, it's outside of that radius. And I think it also, the idea of maintaining those connections with the feeder districts, especially as we transition from a 7 to include the 7 and 8, I think right there, maintaining a good relationship with the Bellevue School District and a good plan that I think there's been a lot of work on as of late makes sense.
So just to address that quickly, historically, that area there, like the north of Bellevue, right by Casco, like the Kawana Springs, always attended Montgomery, right?
Yeah.
So
That's
what
the
we are
south part.
what we are talking about is the Taylor Mountain side, which is mostly covering the south side that is not busable in this map, except for a little sliver that is between Highway 12 and Santa Rosa Ave.
And that's where most of the people live.
Exactly.
And,
Yeah.
and I see the buses there every day. And it's a lot of people. And I just think of also like how complicated it would be to drive all the way through over there, even though some people do. But I'm just thinking again, in that context, as transportation is another expense that we deal with. And busability is obviously something that you guys have considered here. And a lot of that red circle is now in the radius of this green circle in the new slide that you created, where it wasn't before and what was attached to the agenda.
Yep.
So clarifying question, I don't hate this, but I have a clarifying question because we're talking about 5, 7 to 12 schools, kind of neighborhood schools. And that is a giant shift from what was voted on in February. So is this intention, is this recommendation to have LC as now a neighborhood school that's not project-based, not CTE focused? Like how does that fall into this? Because that's a huge shift.
So it is to maintain LC as a neighborhood school, continuing the CTE work, continuing the work that is there now. But it is to maintain LC with neighborhood boundaries.
So then would we be talking about using, I mean, it's a huge campus, it's beautiful, but it is a huge campus. So can we use that campus for other things? Like, I'm just not, that seems odd to me.
So when we look at actually that, oops, trying to get to where we were on the right one. That's where when we look at the enrollment in the residents, I was actually looking for the other one that showed the two different graphs. So, and I'm not seeing that on here. So I think there was an update to the slideshow. And so that's what I'm trying to get to, that actually showed that essentially if we maintain the boundaries, it actually distributes almost evenly or very close to evenly the students around the district at the schools. But yes, if there were to be a change that did not have, or a boundary that did not have that, there's certainly opportunities to co-locate programs or things like that. You know, that's one of the things that we want to be careful of, though, that we, again, are making sure that we are not concentrating like we are right now, our special education classes at particular schools, or saying, okay, this is our school that's focused only on CTE. All of our schools offer strong CTE programs, strong VAPA programs. The specialization, the different types of CTE at each one are definitely important to maintain so that we aren't duplicating efforts across campuses. That's one of those deep dives that we want to bring forward for our board to have a better understanding of the plan for that.
Trustee Caston?
So I'm generally supportive of this direction. I'm going to echo Trustee Medina's comments about the boundary and moving and having the LC boundary come over and capture that area within the busable circle along Santa Rosa Avenue, kind of down into the Kiwanis, Taylor Mountain, that area. I think that is an important shift. Similar to how Trustee De La Torre was expressing some of the driving concerns, I have a concern about the northern part of the right district change that's north of Highway 12. That's a straight shot down West 3rd to get to Santa Rosa High, or it's a straight shot up Fulton to get to Piner. I like the previous map that had that in Santa Rosa High, but I think either of those options for those neighborhoods around that place to play area and along West 3rd and College makes sense, because College is really easy to access one of them, and or we could look at Piner, but that's not in any of the busing circles. So I don't understand the logic behind having taken that out from the maps that were posted originally.
Yeah, I went back and forth, and I apologize. You know, the more I look at this, the more I convinced myself of something, and then I changed my mind. If you look back at the split of the residential split between school sites, where we really have a problem is between Piner and Santa Rosa High, right? And so you can see that Piner is about 2,200 students, Santa Rosa High is about 1,200. So we know that if we want to balance, as Superintendent August was saying, boundaries, what we'll need to do is to possibly consider moving some of the attendance boundary from Piner to Santa Rosa High. And that is the attendance boundary that currently is the Helen Lehman attendance boundary, which is north of College, right? You know, the Condon area that currently is assigned to Piner, or was assigned to Piner last year. And so that's something, you know, rather than The other thing, right, we could do is to move, as you were saying, that right, the north right area,
Mhm.
right, to Santa Rosa High, and then we could shift the boundaries east in Montgomery, right, or the Taylor Mountains. So kind of like doing a little bit of that, but that wouldn't really relieve a little bit of the Pioneer. And again, if you think about population density, in Santa Rosa, it's mostly on the 101 corridor to the west of it, right? And so that corridor there that currently goes to Pioneer is what I believe we have about 2,000, 3,000 students. And that can really be divided just between Pioneer and Santa Rosa High.
So what I'm suggesting is feasible as you're looking and thinking about it?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, I mean, I recognize it's a minor tweak, but I also don't want to have to be back here in 9 months asking with maps again.
Yeah.
We really need to give stability to these after we make it, when we make a decision. So if that tweak is able to be in there and noting Trustee Medina's changes that he suggested, which I strongly support, I think we'd be in a place where overall I'm supportive of the concept of what's presented here.
So again, same questions before, I guess, timeline wise. What action, is there a timeline that we need to get this done by? Or are we able to bring this back for us to, after the adjustments, to be able to look at it again? What kind of timeline are we looking at?
So we are set for next school year, right? Because of the action that the board took 2 weeks ago. But I think we need to start thinking long-term, right? Not just, live 6 months to 6 months, but really think about what do we want to do for the next 10 years, right? And really free us from having, technical conversations about maps and really think about programs, right? So I know there was questions about a magnet program at Elsie Allen, right? We could open it at the same time as Elsie Allen stays a neighborhood school, right? But we can't have those conversations until we actually settle the question, right? And so that is, the question, I'll turn it back to the board, is like, when do you want to settle this so that we can move on?
Yeah, so just to follow up, I mean, the action that we took 2 weeks ago, or lack of action, whatever you want to call it, basically we just continued what we agreed to in February. So right now, Elsie Allen doesn't have a defined boundary. It's still the
action to clarify, the action at the last meeting actually extended out a year. What would be helpful for staff is, and what we would hope to get this evening would be we can make adjustments, bring things back for those boundaries, those neighborhood areas that we're looking at, that make sense. We would ask for stability, to ask for the 5 boundaries to continue without the magnet school. We do feel that it would solve actually a lot of the facilities issues that we have and be able to really distribute students appropriately for the long term. So that is the ask this evening, understanding that you may not be prepared to do that, but that is our ask.
One of the things that matters, though, we do have facilities master planning coming up. So all these changes affect that because we're long-term planning, not short-term planning. So, I have different asks than others, but that would be.
right. And just to follow up on, again, the reason we're here is cost and cost associated with anything. So I know, again, our last meeting, we talked about allowing Elsie to have the 7, 8 students show up next year without really discussing the cost of adding that staff to cover that. So by defining these boundaries, I mean, is there any extra cost associated with that we're going to see?
We will have, as we were talking about, depending on what those class sizes are, which the boundaries help us to actually determine. Once we know, then we can say, okay, here's what the staffing need is. We have the same number of students to educate regardless of where they're at. We aren't changing the number of of facility locations or administration stays the same, and it's really about the distribution of those teachers. So that is something that we have to look at. Where we see the real benefit comes from the better alignment within schedules. That doesn't mean that they have to align perfectly between middle and high school, but it means that as we can adjust them enough that you can have shared teachers between the junior high program and the senior high program, that is where you do see some of that savings. So those are things that would have to come back depending on what is approved for action related to that. I do want to address something that we talked about earlier with the distribution. It essentially makes a difference of 2 new buildings at sites. So we're at a cost of, I think, Eric, when we talked about that, if you want to share that information, because I think that's pertinent for the board to know as we're talking about what that impact is of 5 versus 4.
Yeah, if we can distribute evenly amongst what the facilities that we have, I mean, that means that and some of the information I shared with you all on the Friday memo was, we have to take, those new buildings aren't accounted for in any implementation plan. So as we build $30 or $40 million buildings, they come out of fixing up existing classrooms or getting rid of portables and things of that nature. So if you were looking at increasing capacity at 2 sites and having to build buildings, you're talking about adding $60 to $80 million in cost to those sites that aren't really accounted for in planning.
I saw Trustee Medina's hand first.
Thank you. Just given where we're at and that we know for sure next year, 7th and 8th is happening. Our schools are in the process of having to build relationships with the feeder districts in that process. I'd like to move that we move forward with the recommendation of Superintendent August on maintaining the 5 school boundaries for the ongoing futures as you recommended, Superintendent August. So that would be my motion, just that component of it. And I think if I understand correctly from what your recommendation was, the maps for the future could be adjusted later on. But for right now, what you're asking for is that component. So that's what I'd like to move, what you asked for as a recommendation.
Is that a motion, Trustee Medina?
Yeah, a motion.
All right, so we have a motion on the table. Is there a second or further discussion?
Point of information. Were you including the changes that Director Caston talked about the boundaries? Is that part of your motion or not?
So the motion right now is to maintain the 5 boundaries for 5 schools for 5 sites. The maps are already decided for the next year, was my understanding. So I think changes to the maps right now is not part of the motion. I think we already know next year. I think as more information comes, we could look at future years. But for right now, what I heard Superintendent August says they want clarity on ongoing what's going to happen. And so this idea of maintaining 5 comprehensive schools or maintaining those 5 boundaries, that's what I heard was the ask from staff. And so my motion is to give them that clarity so that they could build off of that. So
Essentially to maintain Elsie Allen as a neighborhood school long-term rather than it becoming a magnet school with no boundary.
correct.
Can you do that? Like, can you, Omar, do that?
What's a motion? And if somebody
No, but
seconds
is there
it-
a conflict of
ask?
interest?
No, because the question on the table is not about closure.
Trustee Caston?
So I'm open to deliberating and even seconding it if we could actually include the maps in the discussion with the concepts of your recommendation and the one I was talking about.
And by the maps, do you mean what was originally presented or this new presentation?
I mean, what was presented in the new presentation with the 2 things that you and I discussed as far as the east of 101 portion of Santa Rosa Avenue within your circle and the north right of 12, the north right, north of 12 that I was mentioning when I was talking.
I'm okay with that.
If you're including those in the motion, then I'll second it with the need for more discussion.
I would fully support a motion to simply maintain Elsie as a neighborhood school. I would prefer not to vote on the specific boundaries tonight, given that we already have next year's boundaries. I would like us to take more time in discussing adjustments to the boundaries.
I concur with that because I don't want us to come back in a year from now discussing boundaries. So I would want boundaries to stay long-term.
Right. And I have the exact same concern, which is why I don't want to not take the boundaries up with the discussion. So that's my, and we don't have, yeah, so.
So for clarity, Nick, or Trustee Caston, I'm okay with this direction without necessarily the map part, because I feel from what I understand that could still come back, because that question is coming back for the 27, 28 year, right? Because 26, 27 is done, right?
But those maps set the basis for the facilities planning, the residential populations, the
Yeah,
demographics.
and I think we could bring that up in
No,
the weeks to
now.
come, in the
For
meeting.
the master planning, yeah. So us setting these maps, like if we're talking about it coming back in 2 weeks, that's one thing. But us setting these maps and having them there is this financial master plan process that we're starting conversation, because it's all based on the demographic projections of the areas in the map. So it's not like we can come back again. And that's how all the transfer prioritizations are handled, is based off of those future maps. Even if they're 2 years out, that's us getting ahead by approving them now.
Yeah.
So, and I'm getting nods, so I think I'm saying the right thing.
I am thinking like 2 weeks to a month to come back and actually see the adjustments that we talked about tonight.
So then we'd just be looking to give direction, not making a motion to come back with that to us, because this was a study session anyway, right?
I think we can take action on Elsie as a neighborhood school and give direction on bringing back the boundary map.
So that goes back to my original motion. Would somebody like to second my original motion then? Do you want to, Donna? or-
I'll second it.
Okay.
Omar, do you mind repeating the motion?
Okay, so it's basically accepting the recommendation of Superintendent August to maintain the 5 comprehensive schools for the ongoing future.
With the current boundaries, because I do have issues with the boundaries for
Again,
schools still.
again, that's the direction for right now. The current boundaries for next year would be the boundaries that we approved at the last meeting. Boundaries for ongoing years, that could come at meetings to come to be adjusted. So 27, 28, all those years, we could keep discussing in future meetings. But I think staff needs this clarity so that they could build off of, right now, they don't know what's going on. So they need this clarity, right? To more effectively bring us information. So I heard Superintendent August say this is what they're asking for, and that's kind of what I'm moving for. It's just one tiny piece of it all, but it gives them that direction, and I think it gives everybody direction, including our community and what our staff should do on the sites as they build relationships with our feeder districts, because our secondary is now going to be interacting directly with our feeder districts, because they're going straight from the feeder districts to our high schools. And I think this adds that concrete knowledge of what's to come. And now how it gets built with the boundaries, those are little tiny details that we'll work on in the meetings to come. So that's
So I'm all for cleaning up Elsie's boundaries, because that got thrown out into the weeds and got very confusing, and ghosted and left families confused on that they can go to their home school. But there is so much more needs to be discussed about our other four schools to make sure they're properly aligned with our feeder districts.
That is why, and because we're already over time on this study session, that is why I think we could vote tonight, simply saying that we will maintain Elsie as a neighborhood school with its own boundaries. I'm hoping we can vote on that tonight and then come back in 2 weeks or a month to review and further discuss the specific boundaries. So Trustee Medina's motion is not about specific boundaries. It is just that we will have a boundary for Elsie Allen moving forward.
Was that the map, the one that you just had up there? Was that the existing boundary map that we're talking about?
Sorry, this one is with the live edits that were proposed with moving the area north of 101 that on the original map was green, now it's assigned to Santa Rosa High. And then the south area here, the Taylor Mountain, all the way to Petaluma Hill Road. Here, there is really just farmhouses, so it's just, inconsequential. Back to Elsie Allen.
This is what
So-
exists now, right?
No, this is what, with your feedback of the changes, this would be how the map would look. In red, these are the 2024 attendance boundaries. And so you can see this top area here is moving from Elsie Allen to Santa Rosa High with that idea that the West College corridor is easier to go to Santa Rosa High. And we keep this area here that was assigned to Montgomery last year. We are going to move it back to Elsie Allen. So at least South
and
Santa
just-
Rosa will look like this.
Just for clarity, we're not voting on any of that now. That's
No.
not what we're voting on. We're just
I mean,
voting on
you make it.
to have 5 boundary areas.
So is there any further discussion on trustee Medina's motion?
Yes. I am. So my understanding is that the motion is to go to 5 comprehensive neighborhood schools with then redistributing CTE so that that is also equitable across the district.
There's nothing about that in the motion. It's just about 5 comprehensive schools.
So undoing our movement in February, which you are not a part
I
of.
think CTE already exists at all of our schools in various forms.
I think that Elsie Allen can continue with a project-based program while remaining a neighborhood school with its own boundaries. Should we go to a vote?
Let's go to the vote.
Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by myself, President McNally. Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
No.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Is that everyone? All right, motion passes. Can we conclude this study session?
Yes, we
Can I-
will bring back
Well,
the
we
items
have tracks
requested.
and also I'd like us to have direction to bring, because I feel like that map is really close and I do feel like we need to adopt the new maps for transfer priorities and financial planning and all the things that we need to do. So can we at least give direction to bring that map back at the next meeting? Or actually, heck, can we put it up there and let's just see if we can do it? I'd like to move the approval of the map as was put up there by Emmanuel. If I have a second.
Second.
I need northeast adjustments made to that map or I'm not voting on it. That's where I'm at.
I would still like to bring the map back in 2 weeks.
Unfortunately, technically I'm dead tonight, so I can't see the actual streets on where that Larkfield Wickiup break is. That'd be really helpful to understand the neighborhood a little bit better on what's directing where. But we should definitely discuss those further.
I feel more comfortable if we had the map in place. As we've said multiple times, we can always revisit them, which we've done a lot recently. So having more certainty in the direction we're headed, I think is important. And I feel very uncomfortable with the change in the maps from where they were posted at to what we ended up seeing to now making a decision around 5 boundaries without it being there. So I'd feel more comfortable if we had these maps in place.
I'll just say that the maps that were attached to the agenda, I thought worked. Um,
All right, well, did we have a motion and a second? Who seconded? All right.
Can you
roll call
clarify the
vote.
motion again, please?
The second was, the motion was to adopt the map that was presented manually. Can we put that back up? Whoever has it.
The
It was
one
the
that
adjust, it was the
attached
adjusted
to
one.
The agenda one?
No, I'm hoping to that one too, but I was talking about the adjusted one, based on the feedback, but.
So I think we're looking for clarity in in which map you want us to move forward for this motion. Are you wanting us to display the one that was just shown or
The one that was shown in the presentation today, I didn't like the one that was attached to the agenda. That's the one that I
initial
thought
one?
made sense, that had the proper radiuses, but.
The one that I just showed, let me see if I can jump in here.
So as we're pulling this up and discussing secondary boundaries, when we went through consolidation for 7 through 12 with Slater, Montgomery, Santa Rosa Middle and Santa Rosa High, we had campuses that were not full. And we worked on consolidation to try and give a space for our students that we had available at those sites. The adjusted boundaries, we're talking about adjusting boundaries to restrict students being allowed to go to RVMS and Creo so that we can have space for a potential 7-12 somewhere down the road. And that's not a decision we should be making right now on this motion tonight until we have further discussion to clean those boundaries up.
So this is, I believe, what matches what was on the agenda, except for, I think it
Well, I
was.
believe this removes some of the things on the agenda around the Brush Creek area and
Yeah.
maintains those within the
Um,
Creo boundary.
The-
That's what I
The
see.
Brush Creek was here. If you see, the map was putting the Brush Creek area to Montgomery. So this is not included there. And I believe this was included on the agenda, this change here. So the only difference is the Brush Creek area here. And I don't know if you want to put it back. or
This
not.
action would make me significantly more comfortable with the 5 boundaries because we are giving more certainty in the direction we're heading for folks, especially during the period where they're choosing where to go currently in their enrollment process.
And I know there were questions about the Vicky Up, Larkfield. I'm not super familiar where the neighborhood subdivision goes from Vicky Up to Larkfield. In my mind, when I think about Vicky Up, I think about down the hill alongside Old Redwood. And Larkfield is, in my mind, the unincorporated area along Mark-West Creek, right? And so this pretty much puts the core urban area of Vicky Up to Pioneer, or keeps it.
So Bardelli,
And
that
then-
what you just circled there, that's what's considered Larkfield. That shopping center,
Yeah.
that's Larkfield, not
Yeah,
Wickiup.
and
Wickiup is a
so-
neighborhood north
Yeah,
of the
and so
shopping
here
center.
you can see the red line, right, is the historical boundary for Maria Carrillo. Now, Pioneer is right here, right? This is the Pioneer. So Ribley, this is the Ribley attendance area and goes all the way across, right? And so the question then is what to do, in my mind, with this area here, right?
Correct. So what I'm
Right,
hearing
and-
from constituents and families is that area that we're talking about right here, northeast of 101, goes back to Creo and not to Pioneer. Because we
So
have
up to-
families that had siblings and neighbors that all went to Creo, and now they're being told that they gotta go to Pioneer, which is where they went 30 years ago, but not since Creo was built.
Yeah.
I am
we-
taking back my second, by the way.
Yeah, so probably we'll need to come back to this later on and see different scenarios.
I would like this suggestion to be available for the public so that we can receive public comment on this before we vote on it.
So probably what we can do is to send out the link to this publicly available website where people can go and really explore and, play around with the maps and see what they can do.
But we also need this to come back at the next meeting ready for action because now we're making a lot of decisions that we don't know what we're making because maintaining 5 campuses and the infrastructure and the costs associated with that is very much tied to the populations and the demographics in those boundaries. So we just made a decision without actually understanding the financial consequences of it, which is what we're trying to avoid doing. So, 2 weeks works, 4, 6, 8 doesn't, especially as it pushes out past those types of boundaries. So, and I really think it's important that we at least maintain anything that's posted on the agenda in the presentation so that we're not completely coming in with something that wasn't a part of what we were expecting to talk about. Because I think a lot of these things were minor things that could have resulted in action tonight if we hadn't done that.
So Vice President Caston, since you motioned and Jenkins second, do we have to vote on that or no?
She took
Well,
records.
technically, you can't withdraw a second, so it's the motion of the body, but I'm perfectly fine with us just continuing to the next meeting as long as it's happening at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Did you say we need to talk about Shreks?
Thank you. So we have a couple of our charters are up for renewal at the end of this year, and some of the questions are around location. And so this is really just a precursor. This is the beginning conversation because there are a few options with this. And one, we will reach out to Rankin Valley Union School District to see if there is interest in having a discussion about the continued operation so that we can bring back more information. But the options, if that is not on the table, and we have to put it up here because it is an option, doesn't mean that this is our recommendation, but is non-renewal of the charter. Schrack's Accelerated Charter School is a 5-6 charter currently, very small. It operates on the Rankin Valley Middle School campus, which is not in our elementary boundary. And so with the change in the charter laws right before the pandemic, basically those decisions have gotten kicked down the road around location and those items. So option 1 would be not to renew. Option 2, and these are not in an order of preference, it's just information, would be to move the program as it is to another district elementary campus, or a campus within our elementary boundaries, and maintain the current grade levels. The other option would be to expand the charter and have it remain in our secondary boundary. What that means is that we have to, if we go with that option, we have to offer all of the grade levels that are available at our secondary school, as well as whatever levels we would offer at the elementary. And then it can be authorized by this board on the secondary district. So that's the information. It's just informational because there are impacts depending on what happens with the timeline for the Rankin Valley Curio merger that has an impact on facility availability for this. But the thing to remember is that any charter discussion is very much tied to the community because it's actually their petition. So just wanted to make sure that we are having that information out there. And apologies if there was confusion thinking that we were recommending closure of that charter as a cost savings measure. That was not part of what the intention was having that on here. We don't believe that would be a cost savings measure.
Is there like any, I don't know, like town hall of sorts that's happening with that community to maybe discuss these options?
Nothing scheduled yet, but yes, that is something that would be a very good idea.
My grasp on where we're at in the process for accelerated charter and also CCLA is we need to give broad guidance on what are the available options for then the charter communities to create the proposals for what they want to be able to do, which then comes back to us, and then we act, and then we are also their board. So while we talk about charters sometimes in the third person, we are also them. So
Right,
it's
with our
not, it's also our charter proposal. And I think the important thing here to recognize is that doing nothing means that we very likely may not be able to actually renew it. So not making decisions or taking action could result in closure versus this conversation where if we start it now, we're actually proposing the ways that the charter is able to continue on.
Yeah, we will be guiding them through that process.
Yes, and the, so the direction of if there's a particular direction that the board is interested in us pursuing over another, that's helpful.
So, because my take on the options for accelerated charter is, first and foremost, if we were able to keep it there with Rankin Valley's support and permission, and we were able to figure out how to make that work, that's great. But it's also a really small program that is highly sought after and has an educational model that we need to provide more access to throughout our district. So that's not, I would like to see what it would look like to be able to give it more room to breathe. I've heard a lot that suggests a 4-8 or something that maintains lower grade levels actually could be very beneficial from the community's perspective in what doing more could mean. So I think options that look at 4-8 as well as including the secondaries as we're figuring out where we can keep it would be good to look at. I also think if we weren't able to keep it in Rankin Valley and focusing on, those types of middle grade levels was what we wanted to do when we were looking at moving into the elementary district, Comstock becomes a natural conversation as a part of a facility we have that could actually host accelerated charter. In the other direction, if the community is very passionate about staying kind of where they are, then including the secondary grades becomes the natural conversation. So for me, those are, if we want to go the direction of broadening opportunities within that middle years for the charter, looking at places in our elementary, like Comstock would make sense. If we want to go to the incorporating secondary, then looking at Rankin Valley as Rankin Valley merges into Carrillo would make sense. So that's my feedback.
Would Santa Rosa Middle School not be an option? Right.
So as I look at these, not renewing is definitely not an option, in my opinion. We need to continue to support and help that community to have the amazing things that they've had for the last 2 decades. I am not in support of having any conversations of expanding that through a high school program due to the conversation we just had about having 5 comprehensive neighborhood high schools with VAPA and athletics. I don't see a smaller high school introduction being able to support those opportunities, and then it'd be inequitable if we were to try and have those conversations of a Shracks that couldn't fully support the high school experience that we would like our other 5 campuses to support. I don't mind exploring the 4-8 option. I think that's a great exploration, is because families, regardless of what happens with RVMS, families are looking for a more traditional middle school experience. And there are a lot of middle schools in our area that are 6, 7, 8. So that would better align with a younger age base through middle school opposed to high school. So I just need more information on what that looks like. And if we do have discussions on possibly moving the 5, 6 to another elementary campus, I think it's really important that our community hears what sites those options may be available to discuss so they can kind of wrap their heads around, do I want to drive my family over there from wherever I'm going? Does that make sense for us traffic wise? So if we can highlight what those elementary sites might look like for a possible move, would be more information I need to discuss this further.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, I additionally just really want to hear from the community and the admin at Shracks to hear from them and what they want, what their needs are and how we can support them. And, is there interest in building out their program, or do they want to keep it small? So I really just want to hear back from them before we make any kind of action at all.
So do we want to give direction to host a town hall with specific options of sites presented?
I feel like they have to go through the charter renewal process anyway, which needs that type of, I mean, this is more about saying, hey, here are ideas about where you can go with it. But I think it's important, it's not one town hall. They're going to need to go through several series of meetings in order to craft it. But I think it's making clear that, you know, what is available. So if we approach Lincoln Valley Unified and they say that they're not willing to approve it, that means to stay in our secondary district, we're talking about the 712. I'm not suggesting that because I want that to happen or support it. I'm suggesting it because if location is important, then that's what would need to happen. And then if that conversation with Lincoln Valley goes that way, that's posing the question to that community for them to discuss in their renewal process of, okay, well then where? And like right now, the obvious locations that we could have available with this discussion are places like Comstock, Lincoln. Those are the ones that we have available in our elementary district.
What about Brook Hill?
If we were to look at Brook Hill, then it would require the trenching study to determine what we could or couldn't do there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, our first step could be to ask Lincoln Valley Unified, is it okay to maintain as we are? And then charter. Step 2 is if they want to keep going, either transition to the K-12 or 4-12, or move to the elementary district. I mean, those are the choices. First one sounds the easiest, but timeline-wise, when does this all have to be done by?
Yeah, when's the renewal?
Their petition expires June 30th, and so we have some time. But we do need to get working on this, and so that's why we wanted to start that conversation earlier than later, because there are also facilities impacts related to that.
Trustee Jenkins and then Trustee Dillatore.
This also be a topic of conversation at like the principals meetings to put out feelers for, hey, who might be interested? And, you know, obviously space is the biggest deal, but there could be some really creative stuff coming out from them.
What's really important for me to know is the clarification on when this law changed. And then if we can have some research done on how this has been affected since then, especially if there's anything local or anything within our district of denying a charter, vice versa between districts. Like, does everybody just go operating as usual? Has there been a problem where a school had to stop and not operate? Like, if we can get some more research on how this law has been interpreted and affected, depending on how these decisions have been made since then, that'd be helpful.
Hasn't the law changed since the last chartering? So the laws have changed, and that's what's the issue.
Yes, it changed. Actually, it went into effect, I believe it was actually right in 2019 when we went into the 1920 and then shut down for COVID. And what happened with that is any charter that was already in existence, they've received kind of automatic extensions up until this year. And so now up until the renewal time. So we have both CCLA and SHRACs that both have the expiration this year that are located outside of our boundaries. We had those preliminary conversations with Wright, and the answer was no, they were not interested in the direction from the board was, hey, let's, you know, or not direction, I guess the consensus was, yes, we could move forward with moving to a 712 for CCLA to make sure that they could stay at their current facility based on the community input that they had with their parent leadership and their administration. So now it's time for us to start that same process with SHRACs.
So is the conversation with Lincoln Valley Middle, we approve Spring Lake Middle School's charter and you approve SHRAC's charter? Is that something that can be discussed?
It depends on how their charter is structured, just like it depends on how our charter is structured. So those are the conversations that we have upcoming. So we aren't necessarily looking for action on this. We were just looking for some feedback from the board on preferences as we move forward, if there was a strong yes or no in a particular way.
And I just like to add, I think it's important that we recognize that we need to agendize these conversations sooner in order to not have big surprises at the last minute. So I know it seemed like a big surprise to folks in the community when they saw this agendized. But this is actually the best practice, right? We're agendizing it while we still have months to actually do the outreach and talk about it and learn about it. But if we hadn't agendized this and started this conversation now, we would come March, April, be jammed up against a wall, having to take action and not having the time to actually do this thoughtfully. So, it's a shift in how we've done things, getting it on committee and bringing it in here, but this is us actually very much trying to be proactive in having this conversation before it becomes an urgent one where we have no choice but to vote on something.
And if what I'm hearing correctly from the board is nobody's interested in not renewing, but we are interested in getting more information on either a different site, renewing their charter as appropriate, and mainly please ensure that there's community input involved.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll conclude the study session and convene to regular open session. We will take a 5-minute break actually and reconvene in 5 minutes. If everyone could have a seat, we will resume the meeting now. All right, so we have made a change for our report section in an attempt to make these meetings more efficient. We will have written reports attached to the agenda. So if you would like to read the reports written by the superintendent or board members, they are attached there. We will, however, still allow our student board members to give in-person reports. Student board member Carrillo, I see you have less food in your mouth. Do you have a report?
I just have one small thing to report. I just wanted to say a thank you to Sarah Jenkins for coming over to LC Allen and getting a little tour around the campus, getting to see how we operate over there. I just want to thank her for taking her time out of her day to be able to do something like that. It was great to spend one-on-one time with her and just getting to show her what it is to be a Lobo around that part. So I just want to say thank you for that.
And student board member Oliveira, do you have a report?
No comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move then. We're good. Okay, we will move then to public comment on non-agenda and consent items. I have some cards here. Again, it'll be 2 minutes each and a 30-minute total cap. I'll call 3 names at a time. First is Peter Alexander, followed by Catherine Howell, followed by Micah Carlin Goldberg.
So just to clarify, we're not doing any of the union reports either?
They were also offered the opportunity to provide written reports for upload.
And just to clarify, this is just for this meeting or ongoing? Because I'm not okay with it ongoing, because the videos that people watch this is where they see this report. Most people aren't going to read this. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, we can consider it moving forward. It felt important with the length of this meeting. Is Peter Alexander still here? No. How about Catherine Howell?
Of course, I'm still here. Hi, Catherine Howell, SRTA President. I just want to point out that the budget as such is not agendized in this meeting tonight. So I'm speaking on a non-agenda item. Not a single update on spending or savings, not a single number telling us how far we are from fiscal solvency or if even we are getting closer to where we need to be. Show us the numbers. Acting CBO, apologize, I don't know her exact title, Luz Cazares, stated on Monday in the fiscal subcommittee that our real worry is cash flow. Cash flow will not be solved by expanding a charter school, might make it worse long-term, creating a 4-6 school at Comstock, accelerating a merger, or setting boundaries. Is there an immediate cash flow in any of these actions? If so, show us the numbers. Item G4 tonight, possible admin concessions might generate some immediate cash flow, but no attachment to this agenda. Will there be graphic or a chart or a spreadsheet of how much this will save? Please show us the numbers. SRTA and all employees of SRCS deserve budget updates every meeting. We are united in wanting to maintain local control and avoid state receivership. We need reassurances every single meeting that this board is making cuts, freezing spending, eliminating unnecessary program adoptions, and applying urgency to our situation. Show us the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Micah Carlin Goldberg, followed by Mary Lehman, followed by Bernadette Davarin.
Good evening. I'm a 6th grade teacher at Steel Lane Elementary. I spoke before the study session. I made a couple of errors. I was not aware of the overpass allowing students on the west side of the freeway to attend Burbank by walking, which makes their numbers make more sense because they are a west side school too. If we look at the 2 schools that were closed, Brook Hill, Biella, and all the other schools that we were talking about destroying communities at, they all have an English language learner population above 50%. They all have a socioeconomically disadvantaged population above 70% and a Hispanic population above 75%. However, the quote East Side schools, while they do have a 33 and 39% Hispanic population, they only have a 46 and 47%. They have a 46 and 47% white population, which is 30% higher than any other school in the district. Now, something else that was said earlier tonight that I have to address is Steel Lane being unsafe on the street. I don't know if the board is aware of this, but the city of Santa Rosa ran a road diet study from February 2024 through November 2024, where they restriped the road in front of Steel Lane Elementary. I would like to read from their final report. Through observation of phase 2 pilot study, the staff found that outside of school drop-off, there was a decrease in the 85th percentile speed from 39.1 miles to 38.9, a 0.05% decrease in speed. During school drop-off pickup, there was a decrease in the 85th percentile speed from 39.1 miles per hour to 32.4 miles per hour. Of note, it's posted at 35. This is a 17% decrease in speeds when our students are in front of our schools. As compared to the results of phase 1, this illustrates that phase 2 resulted in less significant decrease in speeds outside of school drop-off. The negligible decrease in speeds outside of school is likely due to the introduction of the center left turn lane, which allowed turning traffic to queue outside of the through vehicle lane.
Thank you.
One
Your time
additional
is up.
consideration- Thank you. Have a nice day.
I don't know if this is affecting the other trustees, but if you stand at that podium, I can't look at you because of the light behind you. If you stand at the other podium, I can look at you. If you're still welcome to use that one, but just I personally will look at the screen instead. And I've been told Peter Alexander is back. Go ahead, sir. That one's better, but up to you.
Four minutes?
2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes, okay. So we're worried about money. What if everybody in Santa Rosa stopped paying mortgages and rents? There you go, there's your problem solved. You know what the sheriffs will do? Give you the biggest round of applause you've ever done because the adults in this room have not been handling the job. I'm not gonna be nice right now. To me, it was like a bunch of big kids with crayons and magic markers. The students have the power. They've watched these highly paid, educated people, many that are sincere, but off course, just maintain the system. You are the very ones that are paying the taxes that are going to, for example, billions of dollars to a non-Jewish Khazarian mafia under Netanyahu's military. They don't have this problem over there. They don't have homeless people on the streets because they have all your money. And we sit there like it's okay. If this is unacceptable, let me know, because to me, I'm not interested in being on the knees to warmongering bankers and their bar lawyerly minions who dominate and disregard the U.S. Constitution and both Judaic and Christian spiritual law. What are we doing? Everything is connected. Let no truth be rejected. So here we are, born in the USA, like Bruce Springsteen did. We're acting like the dog that's been beat too much. We simply pull our power together, unplug the system. Okay? There's a woman that's going to jail for 6 years for rescuing 4 chickens, and yet the older Judaic books refer to the sentients, the animals, as beings with souls. Swedenborg famously stated that all mankind fell from grace when they chose to be flesh and blood ingesters. Luther Burbank worked with plants, and the Peanuts gang were vegans all 55 years, as was Jesus and Gandhi and Cesar Chavez.
Thank you,
and
sir. Your
Dolores
time is
Huerta.
up.
This is why we're...
Thank you, sir. Next is Mary Lehman, followed by Bernadette Davarin, followed by Beth Ann Turner.
Good evening, everyone. Oh,
Sir, could you let the next speaker have their turn?
good evening, everyone. I'm here as a voice for the classified employees who are living the impact of this financial crisis every day. At Santa Rosa Junior High, 7th and 8th graders still do not have access to the library during breaks and lunch, a safe space to read, connect, and belong. When we lose these simple supports, students and staff feel it. Across the district, employee burnout is increasing. That is not a path toward recovery or stability. Classified employees keep our schools safe and functioning. Let's preserve local control. We are now at a crossroads, and we are hurrying again. CSEA members want to stop the takeover before it's too late. We are asking for transparency and accountability. CSEA's call to action: engage families in attendance, post daily ADA percentages on every school marquee, make it a community challenge to reach 96%, announce the schools of the month that have increased their attendance. Is it too little, too late? Let's work together now. Stop the takeover. Stop the takeover. Restore trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bernadette Davarin, followed by Beth Ann Turner, followed by Shilak Lowen.
Hi. Okay, I've never done this before, so I apologize. But I'm going to speak on how I've seen your guys' decisions affect my child and her friends. So my daughter and her friends go to Steel Lane. And this year, there are so many programs that benefit students that have been cut, such as math, reading, and just basic knowledge that the kids need. We do have great teachers, but with the classes and everything they already have to do, it is hard for them to be able to give our students now the resources that they are now lacking due to cuts and closing down schools. But we have the money to pay people on the board $150,000 or build new buildings for $60 million. And I just don't understand that part. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Next is Beth Ann Turner, followed by Shilak Lowen, followed by Diana Marcello.
Good evening. I'm here to speak in support of the Steel Lane community. Steel Lane is a prime location. We have a bountiful school garden, a giant field with gorgeous oak trees. Our facilities master plan is a thing of beauty. Is the plan to take these beautiful facilities away from our community of 92% unduplicated pupils, shunt them across town on a bus that leaves at 7 a.m. to an overcrowded facility, and give their community campus to a charter school with no bus routes, no ELAC, no SDC classes, and no subsidized aftercare? As an aside, it costs money to make these changes, and we are short on cash now. Housing is already segregated in Santa Rosa. Are we going to continue to systemically support further segregation and widening inequities with a transfer culture that caters to our most resourced families at the expense of others? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Shylock Lowen, followed by Diana Marcello, followed by Kelly Wattell.
Good evening. My name is Shiloh Lowen, and I'm speaking on behalf of Steel Lane Elementary School. Steel Lane is much more than just a school for many people. It's a lifeline, providing breakfast and lunch for children who might not otherwise eat. And it offers after-school care for parents to work, full-time counselor and licensed therapist, as well as trauma-informed faculty who deeply care about their students. Closing Steel Lane while keeping open an affluent campus like Proctor Terrace, even with documented seismic risk, sends a clear and painful message to our students. Dollar signs and zip codes determine which children are worthy of investment and which children are expendable. You say it's inevitable, but I call it irresponsible, inept. The burden of the mishandling of the district's finances should not land on the families, the faculty, and the children, but the people who are responsible. I'm calling for a moratorium on all closures until a transparent, detailed, non-closure plan is presented. There are so many options, and you have not explored all of them. Instead, maybe you have chosen the path that is most convenient for yourselves and demands the least sacrifice from leadership and the most sacrifice from our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Diana Marcello, followed by Kelly Wattell, followed by Holly Retzinger.
Hi, my name is Diana Marcello. I've been a parent at Steel Lane for 8 years now, but my daughter wrote something. I'd like to read that because I feel it's more important to hear what she had to say. She said, "My name is Sophia Marcello. I'm a 7th grader at Santa Rosa Junior High, but I called Steel Lane home for 7 years. My kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Ott, taught me to read at a high 1st grade level in 6 months. She gave me my foundation to learning. I will never forget that. Mrs. Ammerman had the best heart and would always have a smile and a hug, even when I wasn't her student anymore. During COVID, Mrs. Witry would deliver my work to my house and help out my mom and just to visit with me. She didn't have to, but she knew it made me feel so special. Steel Lane has the best teachers that love their jobs. I have 2 little sisters at Steel Lane, one in 3rd grade and one in 1st grade. Please don't take away their school, their teachers, and their friends. Don't take the school away from the teachers don't take the school away from the teachers that love it so much. Please find a different solution. Please keep Steel Lane open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kelly Wattell, followed by Holly Retzinger.
Good evening, President McNally, Superintendent August, and board members. I apologize for speaking a second time tonight, but just want to thank you for your time. We're very excited to welcome an international teacher at Rincon Valley Middle School, as I know there are several international teachers that are joining Santa Rosa City Schools. At the start of the year, it was expected to take 4 to 6 weeks to onboard our new teachers. Honestly, I'm getting a little exhausted having to write subplans for 4 additional sections of Math 7. We've been, however, very lucky to get 2 amazing subs that have covered the position for the first quarter of the year. With the government shutdown, are we expecting delays in processing visas? How much longer will it take for these teachers to get to our schools? Again, we are super excited to welcome these new teachers. I'd love to connect with someone that's managing the international teachers. We just love some more information as it becomes available. Thank you all so much for your service as board members, and I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. And last is Holly Retzinger.
Hi, my name is Holly Retzinger. My daughter's an 8th grader at Montgomery Junior High, and I'm here to speak about my concerns still with the 7 through 12 mergers as I see it as a parent and also a teacher. I wonder what our long-term plan is, and I'm very concerned about how not offering a truly comprehensive middle school program is going to impact our kids and the long-term health of our district. As I see it, we still do not have space for athletics on our high school campuses. We're busing students to their closed middle schools. This is very difficult for many students. Last year, we had 40 students on our cross-country team at Slater, and this year we only have 14. The art classes are being held in carpeted portables with no sinks and poor lighting. Many other electives have been cut back or removed. I feel like we really need to address these facilities and programming problems before it's too late. I'd like us to consider making more budget cuts away from students and perhaps stop closing and merging schools. Can we stop paying that exorbitant rent for the district office on Stony Point and maybe move our offices to one of the closed schools? We've only added positions. By my count, maybe 1 or 2 positions were added rather than cut at the district office, and these are the highest paid positions. So maybe can we cut more positions at the district office before doing some of those other cuts that are close to our students? I would just like us to, I appreciate how much you have been thinking outside the box and coming up with solutions that are creative and unusual, but I'd like us to really think more about how we can do cuts that are further away from our students and our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to the consent section of our agenda. Seeking a motion on items E1 through 5, 8, 9, and 11 through 14.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee De La Torre. Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. Do we have discussion on item E6?
Yep, I pulled that. It's for the contract for the law firm, just one for transparency and just to, yeah, mainly for transparency. So the original agreement that we had on August 13th that we approved was for, it is a big contract, obviously, to protect us, but was $920,000. Now it's going up to $960, and just wanted to get some rationalization for the increase and change in the agreement.
Thank you. Excuse me, Trustee Kirby. And yes, what we're looking at doing here is we've negotiated with our law firm, with our main law firm, Fagan Fullman and Frogs, F3, to consolidate all of the legal services that we receive. Right now, we've been working over the last several years with several different firms. And so this actually consolidates all of those services under one for a flat rate. So we actually expect this to be a cost savings in the net, especially as we're looking at charter renewals and other things that are extremely costly.
Okay, thanks for explaining that.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Moved by trustee Caston, seconded by trustee Medina. Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Here. Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. E7, trustee Jenkins.
Yes. One moment. Hello, Mr. Odin.
I apologize for bringing you up here again. Okay. I know. All right, so question on 2 of the contracts in here, 1 and 2. Actually, there's not that many. But the first one on the stools, this is absolutely bonkers to me. I just wanted to make that perfectly clear that we're spending $8,000 on 20 stools when that's $100 in freight, $231 in tariffs, $800 in labor. That's just crazy to me. And so my thought is, of course, like, why don't we have Green Construction or one of our shops make stools? And I understand that there's a liability behind this, but I also wanted to say that I think it's bonkers. Yeah, for the record.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, that it is part of our furniture standard that is a lifetime guaranteed product. So for a long-term solution, it's going to cost more upfront, but
Is a lifetime in the world of stools, how long is a lifetime? Oh, because like a lifetime on like a pair of shoes is different than a lifetime on a car.
it is, but the shoe company won't give you a lifetime guarantee on shoes, right? But-
REI, I don't know, they used to.
Is it your lifetime? Is it
Yeah.
the school's lifetime?
Yeah, it's the school's lifetime.
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you. Yeah, so there's a warranty and does the warranty include all of that labor and freight and tariffs also? They'll replace those things for absolute free?
They replace them by giving us a new one. We would have to build it and put it together, but at least the stool itself is free. No, you get the labor just the one time, right? I mean, you're paying them to come out and build it.
That's right. Can you
Those
just
better be really nice.
contextualize what the stool looks like? This is in a lab space.
This is for a, yeah, it's
right.
for a science lab, right? So this is really nice, cool, hydraulic stools that were get vetted through our process through staff and students. We had a lot of pilot classes or a lot of pilots with furniture, and we had trainings and different stuff with teachers and all kinds of fun stuff to create this massive catalog of furniture, and science stools are one of them.
The other question that I had, oh gosh, my eyes are expiring, was the second one on the shade structure. And the shade structure, I think it was at Helen Lehman.
Helen Lehman, yes.
I understand the need for a shade structure. I don't understand the need to pay extra to have it installed on the weekend or do the trenching on the weekend. I just want to make sure we're being as fiscally responsible with these things as humanly possible.
Yeah. So DSA requires that we do a geotechnical report, right? So that's a requirement. So we do have to drill and cut holes in the quad. So we kind of need to do it when the kids aren't there. So, and we need to do it quicker than, we can't wait for winter break. Otherwise, we're going to miss, the window to get everything ordered and through DSA. So we need to do it on a Saturday, and that's for them to get that done. So it's a little bit extra, but it's not a ton of work.
And Superintendent August says, I know it wouldn't be here if it wasn't, but this is fiscally sound.
Yes, in the comparison of what it would take in delays, yes, it is a fiscally sound trade-off for us to do the work on the weekends to make sure that it happens in time. We've been seeing large increases, of course, in supply costs, and then also, other costs increase with that, and the time frame of the installation as the bigger package. And just a reminder for those watching that this is not an impact to our general fund. When we're having these conversations, all facilities funds are separate. So just wanted to reiterate that.
I know, but it is still our money. And I totally hear you. And I know that a huge conversation is, well, it's still money. It's still in different pots that can be still the school is just a different credit card, right? So I appreciate the explanation. I just really wanted to make sure those things were set on the record.
Sure.
I have one question about the stools. Do they have backs on them?
Yes.
Okay, and does every high school or science program have that? Because I know that I've had a special ed teacher reach out to me at Pioneer that was talking about her special ed kids that are in a science lab, that for them it's too distracting or it's difficult for them to sit in the stools without a back.
We haven't gotten to every school yet, but we work with the site and when we get the furniture of what they need, this just happens to be for the
One
the
class?
two new labs
Uh-huh.
at Montgomery.
Okay, thanks.
Could we save money by ordering a couple more? Does that make sense to order a couple more that since they're going to be needed and save money on the, yeah.
Yeah, you get the shipping.
Amazon.
They don't give you free shipping, unfortunately. The more weight you have, just the more shipping costs there is. So, and the labor's the labor. So not really, no.
Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
I second.
Moved by trustee Medina, seconded by trustee Pratt. Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Olivera,
Aye.
trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee Prack,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
Doesn't matter, so I'm saying no. Thank you.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. And E10?
Yes, that's me again. So my comments about this is that one that's like a million, the lighting at Pioneer. I understand that it was part of the fiscal master plan that was approved in 2023. Since then, a lot of things have changed in the district. Personally, maybe more than personally, but with the schools that have been really strained and pinched this year, specifically Santa Rosa and Montgomery, with their fast pace of the 712. To me, if we're spending money on VAPA, it makes sense that right now it goes to Santa Rosa with ArtQuest and upgrading like the auditorium, anything that we can do to help the arts at Santa Rosa, especially when it's such a big number. And we have a lot that's going into Pioneer right now. And with the constraints that are put on those two specific schools, Santa Rosa and Montgomery, anything that we can do to help the programs there currently makes more sense to me. So I don't agree with this contract personally.
I think it's just important to recognize that all of our students have APA programs and needs, and I think this is, we got to remember the facilities master plan and the needs of our schools. And yes, some schools have greater impact on specific areas, but all our students deserve to have facilities that are good and effective. I mean, I remember just last year, I think there was a whole theater curtain that fell in one of our schools. Different sites have needs and updates, and our students deserve good facilities at all our schools. So yeah, I think Santa Rosa and ArtQuest, but I think Montgomery and Pioneer and Elsie Allen and Maria Correa all deserve good facilities. So I'm totally in support of this Pioneer High School theater lighting repair project. A lot of outdated equipment at our schools, and our students all deserve the best. And again, this is our bond money, not BAPA, not Prop 28 specific, that's general fund or anything else.
With the facilities master plan being redone in the next couple months, I think a dollar sign of this amount should be held off on.
This fell under two categories, right? It fell under modernization as well as safety because the lights just drop constantly. So it's a safety issue. So that's why it kind of rose a little higher up the chain than just modernization. We also in the future coming to the board for summer work will be work on the Santa Rosa High Theater roof and interior. So you will be seeing something for Santa Rosa High soon as well.
Motion to approve E10, and this isn't a new issue, so I'm glad it's finally getting addressed, as all our schools are in dire need of repairs and fixes.
Second.
Can you, real quick, Eric? Could you just define, if possible, what a cyclorama is?
Yeah, it's that kind of big white curtain that's in the background that helps, I think, reflect the light. That's not my area of expertise, but yeah, it's torn, it's in need, and it's an easy add here for this.
It was just listed as part of the project. I had no idea what that was.
The cyc is when you're in the theater and you're looking up and you see any lighting or projection on the back. That's what the cyc is the back white drop that handles that. Thank you for letting me use my theater degree from 25 years ago.
Glad I got to learn something this evening. Thank you.
I just want to comment, I think the questions that come up on this item and the previous item speak very much to us, our need to get to the facilities master plan, because there's definitely a lot of needs that are not addressed in there because of changes we've made. And so continuing to see spending come through without us readjusting what our plan is important. I also very personally understand what it means when lights drop, and especially if you're one of the lighting technicians up there with a crescent wrench and doing the adjustments, that is a significant safety concern. So while I support this going through today, we definitely need to get the facilities master plan update done so that we can feel confident in these expenditures.
Yeah, and thank you, because this isn't a beautification project. This is literally to have our lights working, and Pioneer has their haunted house happening in a couple weeks, so much appreciated.
Roll call vote?
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
I appreciate the comment about safety, so it will be an aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. All right, that's all for consent items. Under the F section of our agenda, we have the first read of several board policy updates available. Are there board members who wish to discuss any of those policies? Right, then we will move on.
Just 6162.5.
Go ahead.
Just the student assessment criteria, I just want to ensure that that the district takes the time to ensure that we are going to standardize this assessment criteria overall our campuses, particularly secondary campuses. So I know we're working towards that. I just want to get it out there and make sure that it's important for us to standardize it across all of our campuses. So.
Thank you, Director Kirby. We're continuing to work through our steering committees on that process. Thank you very much.
Just a clarification. So with these specific three, are we just updating to meet CSBA recommendations?
Yeah, and I can give you an example. For example, the academic honesty is updated to include misuse of AI tools, for example, on reinforcing, like rolling in the reinforcing of using restorative practices when, in the case of discipline. Those are examples.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, we'll move to our G items, which are our discussion and action items. We had a few adjustments, so we will start with G6. Discussion and considerations for board bylaw 9250. Trustee Caston?
I'd like to move for consideration that we suspend the 5% increase that we approved in June for the board until further action by the full board in the future.
Is there a
I
second?
object, and I think remind everybody that individually, you each have the option to not take payment. So just remind that. So just throwing that out there. Everybody has their different circumstances, their different situation, but every individual has the option to, as a board member, as it clearly states, board members are not required to accept payment for meeting attendance. So the 562.84 is something that we've approved, the 5% increase over these past years. And I think suspending it also just, again, takes back a lot of work that the board hasn't done over years. So in a recent EdSource article, they talked about when this started, 1984. This district didn't start doing that 5% raise that could only do once a year per the law until I brought it up in 2019, right? To highlight that point of the law. Right now, again, the legislature just moved, what was it, AB 1370? I think it is, 1390, to address the specific issue. It's just waiting to see if the governor signs it to increase it even further. So again, I don't think we need to suspend any recent increase, but I think if this is something that's really important to you, you could choose to tell staff that you don't want to take that payment. So.
If I have a second, I'll speak to the reasoning, but
Second.
so and I support compensation for the amount. I mean, this is not even a 10 or 15 hour, I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into being a board member, and I support the reforms that have been done, recognizing that when we're talking about a 5%, we're talking about $25, $30 a month. Contrary to the public comment earlier, we don't make $150,000 as board members. We make about $520 a month. But we're going to be asking, and we're going to be looking for savings across the entire district. And for us to be the first ones to go, I believe is important, even though the amount is very small. And so I think suspending the 5% increase is important, recognizing that the long-term impact to recruiting board members, the long-term impact to making these types of positions sustainable for folks throughout our community is something that needs to be resolved in a bigger way. That this action isn't going to materially affect. So I think this is important for where we're at as a district. And if we don't go first as an entity, then we're setting a terrible example for everyone else that we're going to be asking to help solve this problem that fundamentally as a board, as the entity of the board, regardless of when we were on here or not, we created. So I think it's important that we're the first to go with this action.
It was that 5% was $26.80 a month, which I totally get. My concern is I think I would like more legal clarification as to, because the law says that you could only do this once in a year, right? So if we suspend, then are we totally undoing this whole year and falling behind a year on those multiple years of trying to catch up for years of inaction? So I think that's the clarity that I would also want us to have.
My understanding,
but I totally get your motivation. It totally makes sense.
In my understanding from legal counsel, and the reason for my motion to be suspend is it does not remove the ability for compounding future actions should we choose to take them.
Trustee Jenkins?
I think this is extremely important, excuse me, because we are in a different spot this year than we thought we would be. We are going to be asking, we need help from everybody. And for us to take anything when asking the people that we serve to take less is just, it feels unethical, to be quite frank. And so if we can adjust that and lead with example, I think it's incredibly important because yes, we're up here and we do get paid $500 a month, but that also prevents us from having other jobs. The amount of time that we do put in this is a lot, obviously, but it has to impact us as well.
And you could set a perfect example by saying you individually will not take it, right? That's a wonderful example.
As could you.
Yeah, and I choose not to.
Thank you. So the suspension is in ceremonious only. It's not a fiscal choice. It's to say ceremoniously, we also would take a cut. it is not fiscally impacting the dire situation that we're in. So people assume we get paid a lot of money, and we do not. So when you say we're going to start from the top down, it is not who leads the district down, it is who makes the most money down to the lowest amount. So if you think of it fiscally, we're at the bottom of the totem pole. If you think of it executively, we're at the top of the totem pole, two different things. So this position, I respect and cherish very much. And taking this position and putting these hours in does affect my livelihood. It takes time away from the business that I don't have to run and put food on my table, because I'm here for 9-10 hours today instead of running my business and earning money for my family. So $500 isn't that big of a deal, but it does provide opportunities for people to be encouraged to take this position, because it is countless hours. You know, one of the main questions I had when I took this position is how much time will I be putting in? And it could be as much time as you want to be put in. It could be 5 hours a week. It could be 60 hours a week. It really depends on what you have available and what you can do. And I'm very engaged and committed to the community. So I respect the ask, but does that make us look better or worse that we're saying, yeah, you can have $20 a month, and everybody else, we're asking you to take money away from your livelihoods? So on this, I'm in agreement with Omar that each and every one of us does have the right to say no to that stipend and not draw on it. And it's just, if we tonight approve and say, yes, we want to suspend the 5%, it's really just in ceremony to show solidarity with anyone else we're asking to take a cut.
And I'll add the motivation for it all is to increase recruiting people to participate, right? Especially as we've adjusted to trusty areas. It's been hard to recruit folks, especially on the west side, because oftentimes this is an obstacle. It's like the opportunity cost. And so it's about making sure that we're at that level to be able to add just one little tiny incentive to recruit people to serve, because this is intense work and it's not always fun work. So again, if you want to make a statement, go for it. But if I haven't heard a second, so I say let's just move on to the next topic. Okay.
So I agree that long-term, we should be increasing the stipend to bring in more members. It's really hard to get anyone to run for this board and stay on it. But I'm okay with this motion because it is just a suspension for this dire circumstance that we're in. And it's not a fiscal decision. Our stipends are a drop in the bucket, like less than a drop. But we're saying, hey, we're taking a cut too, and I'm okay with that. Should we go to a vote?
Yeah, I support this. Let's vote.
All right.
So what's the actual motion?
The motion was to suspend the 5% increase that we had approved in June until we take further action.
So is there a change to the policy? What is it, just direction to staff?
So we can implement with direction.
So basically, instead of 562.84 a month, it'd be 536.04 that would be paid out.
Yes, that is correct. And so we will need to make a notation in our policy about the suspension. So that way it maintains that increase has actually happened.
All right, roll call vote.
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Nope.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. Right, and then we will move to G4, administrative compensation concessions. Superintendent August, would you like to speak on this?
Yes, thank you. To to reiterate that yes, this crisis that we are in does impact all of us. And as we look at all options to address current and long-term budget impacts, part of that is looking at current year, and that is that cash balance that we were talking about. It does involve looking at employee concessions, looks at, potential furlough days, changes in salary schedule, and other items. It's important that this process start at the top, and I'm talking executively, organizations first. And so thank you to the board for standing in that space with us. That also means that I'm the next person or the next level on that in this organization that needs to step forward with the change. I also have the same concerns about future recruitment. This has been a historical issue for the superintendency. I know that the salary is high when we think of in a school district, but when you look as a comparison to other schools in our area or other schools of similar size or makeup, it is actually it's non-competitive. And so it is something that when the district goes out to look for a superintendent, that it's a consideration, and it can impact who chooses to apply. If we look at our neighboring districts, for example, Santa Rosa City Schools, we have the largest enrollment by almost double. And Petaluma City Schools in 2023, base salary prior to compounding language that's in the contract, $291,608, enrollment about 7,400. Roseland was advertised last spring with a salary range of $229 to $299 with an enrollment of 2,800 students. Cotati Rohnert Park, their salary range for superintendent is $240 to $292 with an enrollment of about 6,800 students. And Windsor range $208,974 to $270, enrollment 4,800. The base salary for Santa Rosa City Schools superintendent, and mine rolled forward from the prior superintendent, was $261,000. And so when you look at the difference there, I just want to make sure that we're mindful of that when we think of recruitment for those same reasons. And in the situation that we are in, there is absolutely a need to look at this. And my contribution will be a drop in the bucket as far as the total dollar amount. It is significant for me personally, though. And so I just want to share that. What I am asking is that my contract, so this isn't necessarily whatever goes out later, but my personal contract, which the board appointed me as interim through this year and then CBO for the next 2 years after that, is to have a reduction in the car stipend. I travel and go to school sites quite often and have a lot of wear and tear, which is fine. Reducing my car stipend by 50% for half of this year, which would be a savings of $1,500, $1,800 next year and the year. I'm not going to go through all of it, but essentially a reduction in vacation accrual and a suspension of any payout, reduction of my work year by 1 day in the current year as a furlough and by 2 days in the next year. The net of that is a reduction, actual reduction in salary and benefit costs. So total cost reduction of $18,652 for this year, $17,778 for the next year, and $15,115 for the following year. That equates to roughly 5.3% of total costs in this year, 5.9% in the next year, and 5% in the third year. It is my ask to the board that there be a revision to my contract with those provisions. And I do want to share that we have begun these conversations with our administrative team as well. We were not ready to bring forward what admin what administrative concessions for the rest of the team will look like yet. That will be coming forward in the future.
Trustee Kirby?
If approved, what's the effective date of the changes?
Effective date, well, the changes to my contract year are immediate. That's just my salary through the rest of the year. The car stipend is starting in November. So essentially that the vacation is no longer accrues at the same rate, and I don't have any payouts.
Trustee Caston?
First, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's one thing for us to take a 5% cut from something that is not our primary livelihoods. It's another thing for you and your family to take the 5% cut, over 5%. So, I thank you for your leadership in bringing it forward and requesting that from us. I want to make sure that we are recognizing the context that we're doing it in, which is that we're also about to begin a national search for this position and the context of these salary ranges and who we're going to be able to attract for that process. It's something that we need to be cognizant of. And we are where we are. So, my intent is to support what you're asking of us. Thank you.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. Yeah, I think what Trustee Caston kind of said right now is important. First of all, thank you for presenting this and offering this. My concern is as the next steps towards hiring a permanent superintendent come forward, I think my understanding is as leadership associates will come to us, we will probably see a request for an increase in order to do effective recruiting. So I think having that understanding, I think my question would be, do you know at what point that presentation will be coming to us
Yes, we do expect that to actually be on the 22nd.
of this month?
Yep, this month.
I think what I'll say is that I'm very appreciative of this. I think this demonstrates leadership in addressing our issue. Yes, it is a just drop in the bucket. So I think I'm not necessarily ready to take action on it yet, but I'm glad to see it presented. And I think as the conversations with the rest of our admin folks and just everybody moves forward, I think looking at your leadership, I think will go a long way. But I am really interested in seeing what comes forth in that next October 22nd discussion as we look at some of the other things that we're dealing with as it relates to this long term.
Trustee Delatorre?
Due to your bravery and courage and leadership, I want to also share my appreciation for you to bring this forward. And the thing we keep hearing from our stipend to your salary to other requests being made is it's a drop in the bucket. And no bucket is filled without the first drop. So to show the courage and leadership to take this step and make this move can show some lead with solidarity and commitment to how serious this is. And we do need to start somewhere. We need to have these conversations and make these decisions now and not kick this can down the road and hope for a better outcome. I appreciate you stepping forward and just ask that the rest of the administration and leadership team think hard on this and consider your leadership and consider where we're at as a district. I appreciate seeing the numbers of salaries for other districts. And it's incumbent on me to also share that due to the size of our district, we have so much more fiscal responsibility and we have money that needs to be spread in so many different directions than those other districts. So sometimes it's easier for a smaller district with lower numbers to provide a higher salary. And that makes it really difficult to be competitive in those arenas. We're a good district. I don't care what the newspaper says. We're a good district. I'm proud of this district. I'm going to keep working up here with my 6 partners and Lisa and her team to better this district. But taking this step forward and trying to set the tone from the top down that we care about this is important, and we're going to continue to fight and try the best we can to maintain our local control.
Any further discussion or a motion? Trustee Jenkins?
I echo what Trustee De La Torre as well as Vice President Caston have said, and I appreciate this. And so I do move to approve the, how do we say this, voluntary concessions of your contract. So thank you very much.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Jenkins, seconded by Trustee De La Torre. Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Just not ready for it yet. I want to see more, so I'm going to say no for tonight.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Superintendent August. And we'll go now to G1. So we have approval of a provisional internship permit application.
I appreciate you. Motion to approve provisional internship permit application.
Works for me.
Any discussion?
Second.
Second.
Moved by Trustee De La Torre, seconded by, who said? Caston? Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. All right, G2, public hearing naming of the Montgomery High School baseball field in honor of retired coach Russ Peterick.
This is a facilities item. We'll hand it over to Director Oden.
Good evening, President McNally, Superintendent August, members of the board. In recognition of Russ Peterick's remarkable contributions to Montgomery High School and the greater Sonoma, Santa Rosa community, it's proposed that the currently unnamed baseball field be named in his honor. Coach Peterick dedicated 37 years to teaching and 40 years to coaching at Montgomery, shaping generations of student athletes and building a legacy of excellence. Throughout his career, he received multiple awards recognizing his outstanding leadership, mentorship, and services to youth athletics. Under his guidance, Montgomery athletes have competed and coached at collegiate Division I, II, and III levels, with several advancing to professional ranks across baseball, basketball, soccer, and golf. Teams coached by Peterick consistently earned North Bay League titles and qualified for North Coast Section tournaments. Beyond the high school campus, Coach Peterick played an integral role in local youth sports programs, serving as an organizer, coach, and mentor in basketball, soccer, baseball, and t-ball. He also sponsored youth clinics and coaching seminars, served as the tournament director of the Montgomery Baseball Tournament for 29 years, and supported students and families facing personal challenges. His lasting influence is felt across the community and supported by current and former administrators, student athletes, coaches, and residents. Naming the baseball field in his honor would be a fitting tribute to his dedication and a proud reflection of Montgomery High School's values.
Thank you. I have one public comment card. Mike Francis, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. What the gentleman had just went through is more or less what I was going to present today. So I guess I can shorten it by just saying ditto. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, am I supposed to like bang the thing to close the hearing? Okay, public hearing closed. Now, trustee De La Torre?
With great honor and respect for Coach Petridge, and the time and commitment to the community, to Montgomery, and to this district beyond teaching and coaching, I make a motion to approve the renaming or the naming of the Montgomery High School baseball field in honor of retired coach Russ Petridge.
Second.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, just some procedural questions. I'm just trying to see who was on the committee, the facilities committee for this. Did we get that info? I'm assuming a committee was established as per process procedure.
My apologies. One more time on that.
What was the
So
committee
for our
procedure?
procedure, like there's a committee that should be established. Was it established, and were the folks, did we meet all the
So
categories for naming?
the request came through the board policy action, that requirement, the application, the committee, that piece was my understanding that is how it came forward. I do need to share that I would have concerns about any cost related to signage or anything else related to the naming. So that is something that I would want to caution us about, because that is not, there was not an offer of payment for support of any signage or anything along with that.
So could I amend my motion as stated with a pause on any out-of-pocket costs this would cost the district for signage? We can name it in honor, but before we put a plaque up, I'd like to name the field in his honor with a pause on any costs that would be incurred for the signage.
Second. Second. Would it, I mean, how, is alumni comfortable with footing the bill for that? How about that instead? Do we amend it so that, however the wording is?
It strikes me the alumni can, if we're not spending money on it, the alumni can spend money on it without us necessarily doing any action.
Amendments approved.
So again, I just want to make sure we did create a committee as per procedure. We followed that, just because I don't, like in prior namings, that's usually attached, who's on the committee, all the signatures of the folks that were part of the committee. I've seen that attached in the past, and I don't think I saw it here. So I just wanted to confirm. I mean, I trust you guys, but I just want to make sure we're doing things per our procedures. That's one.
Yeah, I think I'm stepping in here for the CBO, so I don't know if this exactly how it came to me, but yeah.
Well, I see letters of support and all. But I mean, per our board policy, there's certain categories of people that must be part of the committee that for naming of a facility, right? And so I think I know with something, I emailed someone at Montgomery for, I don't think it was for this, but something else about the procedure. And so again, I just want us to remember we have policies and procedures and make sure that we're following them. I don't know this man. I don't object to it being renamed. I just want to make sure that we acknowledge that we have policies and procedures and that we're following those. And the other part, just based on things that I've seen in the past, that issues have arisen with people whose names have been recommended. Did we do just a criminal background check on the person? Because I know I've supported people to get renamed and then stuff on a criminal background check. As good as people are, stuff comes up that has impacted the decision of the board. So just, I want to make sure those things are addressed. And again, I don't know this individual. Sounds like awesome. I'm supportive of the naming, but I want to make sure that we're doing things right and we don't have to deal with any issues down the road because of those types of things.
So I did receive confirmation from Principal Santos that yes, the committee was formed and did take place as appropriate.
Okay, that's all.
And just for clarification, it is in our board policy that the board encourages community participation in the process of selecting names. A community advisory committee may be appointed to review name suggestions and submit recommendations for the board's consideration. So it says it may be appointed. It doesn't say it must be appointed. But if Principal Santos says that the procedures were followed by their site, I fully stand behind my motion to name this field after Coach Peterich.
Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Of course, yes.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. All right, G5, acceptance of the governance handbook. Who wants to talk about this? Oh, student board member? No. Trustee Medina?
Sorry. I just, section G2 on the required of at least 4 board members to agree to add an item. I don't know, I just feel like that kind of conflicts a little bit with, I think it was board bylaw 9322, I think it was. Just, again, any board member can request an item. And as long as it's within the jurisdiction of the board, it should be addressed. That's the right of every board member. So that's where just this language is just kind of like, to me. What?
Sorry, what item are we talking about?
Section 2.
Section 2 of it, the requesting agenda items, the 4th bullet, require at least 4 members to agree to an agenda item. Again, I think that each board member has the right to request an item on the agenda. As long as it's within the jurisdiction of the board, it should be approved. So it doesn't necessarily need all 4 members. That's my interpretation of the bylaw. I think it might be also tied to government code. I didn't take the time to look that deep, but that I just wanted to address.
I think the intention of this is the same as our current policy. I think it's that if the board president has denied it, saying that it's not under the jurisdiction, then during the meeting, a
So the
majority
way
of
I
the
read
board
this,
can-
President McNally and Director Medina, if it makes sense, is each of these bullet points is a way to request an agenda item. It's not all of them have to be done. It's each of these is a way to request. So submit written requests to the superintendent board president. Any one of us individually can do that. If denied, a rationale must be provided to that individual board member who made the request. A non-agendized, no discussion, adhere to Robert's Rules and Brown Act, which we all have to do legally anyways. And another way to get something put on the agenda is for at least 4 board members to agree to add the agenda item. So
So doesn't that then require it to be agendized to decide whether it should be agendized?
So I could just say that the handbook doesn't change our policies. I think it's just intended to be a way to summarize them and make them easier to consume. So that however we word this, it doesn't change the actual board policies that govern it, how we add things to the agenda.
I did find where this came from. I looked back in the big I can't see with these on your faces. I looked back at the big binder that we were given during onboarding, and in there is the older handbook, and the way that this was addressed, now I need them again, it was in the request for info area. The process of 4 trustees agreeing was directly related to the request for info, which is done at the end of the meeting. And then it was, the context was then you request the info. If 4 people agree to it, then it can be put on the next agenda. That's where that came from. I am in agreement that it feels kind of wonky in this specific spot, so possibly leaving it off there. Because we don't ever get to request for info anyways. So it doesn't come up that much.
Yeah, that's all. Just that item just seems complicated. I would just delete that bullet personally, so.
deleting it, it's still in our policy. It's just, this was an opportunity for it to be identified and a little more clear. So I want this moving forward with all 7 of us, something that we're in agreement with, because this is something that's helping guide us on how to do our work.
Yes.
In the social media area of the handbook, could we just add in like the word if? The wording of it makes it feel like we all have to have official social media pages, of which I would not like to have, if at all possible.
So what I have is just add a line that says if for those board members choosing to use social media platforms, official social media platforms.
Gaston.
With that change, I'd like to move approval as presented with trustee Jenkins' adjustment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion?
I just for clarification, this is just in essence guidance, but ultimately we're governed by our bylaws and stuff. Okay.
Moved by trustee Caston, seconded by trustee Prack. Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. And then
That was the outcome of our strategic planning, one of the items on there. So thank you very much.
we already did 6, so we're on G7.
President McNally and board trustees, we're here to present the second read and consideration for changes to board policies 4219.21, 4219.24, 4319.21, and 4319.24. So we are in the process of updating board policies on professional standards and staff-student interactions to ensure a safe, professional, and consistent environment for everyone in our school community. The specific policies presented today are related to classified employees as well as administrators. These revisions align with the language in the 4100 series policies recently updated and approved by the board on September 10th. The changes are a proactive response to the evolving digital landscape and are designed to provide clear expectations and protect staff, students, and the district. The new policies establish clear, consistent guidelines for all staff. This ensures everyone understands what is and isn't acceptable behavior on social media and other digital platforms, reducing confusion and the risk of non-compliance. These updates provide a clear framework for all professional digital interactions.
Gaston.
So I didn't get this question to you earlier because the governor decided to take action without enough time for me to realize I needed to ask it. SB 848 was signed into law yesterday, and specifically, it expands new requirements for pupil safety by addressing school employee misconduct, clarifying professional boundaries, and basically everything you just listed in your statement. Any chance that we know tonight if this complies with the new standards and laws that were approved yesterday?
Likely not.
Right. There's also additional training requirements that come with no funding. So, I mean, I obviously support moving in this direction, but I have a feeling we're going to see these again sooner rather than later. So,
Trustee Medina.
I think my question, I think this is something that I've asked before. Employees may not knowingly grant. Well, I'm not sure which one we're on, but I'm looking at 4219.21. Number um, 4 under social media guidelines, I think it is. Employees may not knowingly grant students access to view personal social media sites, which again goes to the question that I asked, that is this forcing employees to make their profiles private, for example, on Instagram, right? Because if they're not making it private, then it's public, and then that means someone could follow them, right? So is that them knowingly knowing that someone can follow them and in the violation of this? So I had asked that at a previous meeting, and I don't think I had clear answer, so.
My response would be that this board policy isn't forcing people to make all their social media accounts private. It's more the act of granting access to students who may request access to your account. So I don't believe
So you can
Or-
have a public account, but you can't tell students what your account handle is.
correct. You're not advertising.
We are asking our
it,
staff
yeah.
not to write their account up on their whiteboard to advertise it in class. That's all we're asking.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then the other question was just in overall, this is mostly CSBA language.
I'm sorry, what's the question? Did this all come, is it taken straight from CSBA?
Yeah, because I see some that's like pink, some that's red. Help me distinguish what those each mean.
Yeah, so as with the first reads and the other rounds of these that we've brought, and just to clarify, we have to bring it with different numbers because there's different ed code for classified administrators, teachers, so that's why you see the different numbers. But the language is the same, and it is pretty much a direct lift from CSBA, aside from the changes that the board requested, and that we responded to.
And the difference between red and pink just has to do with the formatting issue that we've had.
Okay. All right. And I think just the other thing that I'll ask for again, can we please be provided a list of approved district social media platforms? I know I was given something of like all these different like vendors, but none of those were social media in the context of like a Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, none of those. And so I see lots of accounts. I still don't know which is approved, which is not, based off of any physical concrete list that I could see. And also, I think clarity that exists for sites, whether it be admins, teachers, on those policies on what are approved social media platforms. I haven't seen that. I've asked for it multiple times. Or how do the sites know? I've heard that sites have a list and they should know, but I haven't seen anything. And I feel like there's a lack of direction and clarity for our staff. And I think if I can't even see it, I worry about them being able to see it and how we're implementing that. I just don't want folks to be getting in trouble for doing something when part of the problem might have been that we did an ineffective job at implementing that communication to them. So again, I ask for that.
We have made note of bringing that forward.
Further discussion or a motion?
I'll move approval of board policies 4219.21, 4219.24, 4319.21, 4319.24 as presented.
I second.
Any further discussion? Moved by trustee Caston, seconded by trustee Prack. Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
And President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Next, we have something. Charter renewal process.
A little broader than that, but okay. Well, thank you, Superintendent August, President McNally, members of the board, staff, students, and community of Santa Rosa City Schools. The brief presentation I have here tonight, or were you going to share or do you want me to? Okay, I'll share. Great, of course. I'm going to have to zoom back in here. So I have a very brief presentation, but the reason why we're sharing this today is because this school year we're going to have, it's very timely for us to have the conversation on charter schools this year. We currently, Santa Rosa City Schools provides oversight to 4 dependent and 1 independent charter school. And reflecting a little bit on a couple of the comments that were made by the directors earlier, during this meeting, and we do provide quite a footprint in Santa Rosa City Schools. Just our 4 dependent charter schools, if you were to add all the students together, just those 4 schools actually have enough students to be a district larger than Old Adobe, larger than Bennett Valley actually, and larger than 12 other districts in Sonoma County. So it's quite a few students that we have just in our charter schools. And this year, we're going to be making decisions on providing oversight for CCLA. And earlier this evening, we heard that we are going to be considering the renewal of accelerated charter. We also provide oversight to French American and Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. So those are our 4 dependent charters. In addition to that, we have an independent charter. So it's important for us to have the conversation this year. And starting last year, we really started to consider and develop systems to standardize for authorizing and oversight. We started to review policies for consistency, fairness, and appropriateness to standardize across the board. And we reviewed the policies to guide and with these processes. And of course, in rare occasions, revocation. In addition to that, we have some situations where we have to have considerations for other charters that intersect with our boundaries. And so I'll get into that in a couple of seconds here. But the 2 different kinds of charters that we have, I was mentioning before, are dependent and independent. The one charter that we have that is independent is Kid Street. And we did do that renewal last year. Legal status of those and what separates them and makes them different is that they do operate independently and they have their own board. They manage their own budget. They have their own fiscal systems and they have their own audits. Those are independent. They employ their own staff. They set their own policies with respect to HR, and they have direct accountability to their authorizer, which is us. We do have purview over their special education services. The difference between an independent charter and the 4 dependent charters which we do oversee is that they operate as part of our LEA. So our board is their board. And so, as you see, we operate very seamlessly with the 4 charters that we have, and they are very much a part of our district. Budget and fiscal matters are integrated very much so, and staff and employees are part of our contracts and our bargaining agreements. Accountability is through the district, and they follow our policies, and we provide them very strict oversight. Over the last couple of years, and they're very much thanks to the knowledge and the skill set of Superintendent August coming on board, we've brought a lot of our internal controls with respect to understanding how our charters and especially our dependent charters operate, really into, I think, a better understanding of how that works. That process is very tied very closely and embedded within the process of our day-to-day controls. And so this year in particular, we have two of those renewals that are going to be front and center of the work that we're going to be doing. They also tend to be, for us, like just about everything that we do, very complex in that we're going to be working with changes in law and changes in geographical boundary issues for both of the renewals, both CCLA and accelerated charter. One more thing that I think is important to mention is that, as I said before, we do have a charter that has a continuation petition seeking to reauthorize within our geographic boundaries. And we will be holding the public hearing for them, and they are Pivot Charter. We have 60 days from the submission of their petition, which was on the 27th of September. We will be doing that initial public hearing next at our next board meeting, and we have 90 days from when they submitted their initial petition to make a decision on that. So that more information on that to come. But we are working very closely with the other two renewals, both CCLA and Accelerated Charter, to support them in their process. At this point, I'd like to go ahead and open the floor for any questions. I'm learning a lot about this very quickly, so I hope to be able to answer them.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I'm just, I'm looking at my list of schools in our area, and I think there's maybe like somewhere between 6 to 8 additional charters that maybe fall within our boundaries that don't necessarily meet the requirements to not ask us for a recharter. And I'm wondering if you've been in communication with any of those other districts or the schools. I don't know if you need me to address them, but which ones or?
Well, I'd have to know. I don't know what I don't know, so depending on who they are, if we are their authorizer, they would be submitting directly to us. They could also submit to the county office, I understand. So it depends on how they've actually developed their charter and how they're submitting.
I'm looking like at Mark West Charter, they're 7 to 8, Willowside Meadow, which is technically an Oak Grove Union district, but they're physically located within our high school district. They're 6 to 8. Northwest Prep, which is a 7 to 12. Pine Olivet Charter is listed as a 7 to 8. Spring Lake Middle is a 7 to 8. Well, RCP's closing, but there's Rams 7 to 8, RUP 9 to 12. Yeah, so I think those, and then I think the other one that might have closed was well, yeah, the other one doesn't matter. Those are some of the ones that I'm looking at.
So we are going to be working with legal counsel for guidance on which ones we have the opportunity to have some say in versus the structure. There are ways that schools can structure things differently, just as we are looking at structuring differently. So we're going to be working really closely with legal counsel on that. They're automatic. They have the same kind of extension that ours have had, which was they're extended automatically through the renewal process for a number of years. So depending on when that expiration date is, that's when we have that opportunity, which is exactly what happened as far as Pivot was initially declined by or denied by Santa Rosa City Schools. And before the law changed, they had instead then, once they received the denial here, went to Oak Grove and were authorized through theirs. Because of our update that we did last spring, requiring that they come back to us, that's why we now have the opportunity to do the renewal. the petition review. And so we'll work really closely for the legal side of the petition with legal counsel, but our staff, that it's really important that each of us take our areas of expertise and make sure that we are reviewing for the ability to successfully implement the program, including fiscal, programmatically, special education, all of those different areas.
So I guess the question is, those charters would potentially have to reach out to us first before, or ask us for permission to continue the charter with the district that they're currently in.
Unless their grade structure allows them to remain. Yes.
Yeah, so unless they change to that. Okay. But are we, so I guess I just asked that we probably like just kind of track where those are at.
Yes.
Because I think the deadline for everybody's probably like now.
Gaston.
So we have like 3 different types of renewals, and I think this is our opportunity to have that conversation without us having an actual request or proposal in front of us. So, and I know that when we are considering these, what we're considering and how we build our record for our support or our final decision is important. So can we walk through the difference in what we're analyzing when we're looking at our dependent charters, and probably do this in reverse order because that's one I think we all understand the most. So our dependent charters, our independent charter that we originally authorized and we review, and then dependent charters of other districts that overlap our geography where they could do a grade shift or they could come ask us, versus independent charters or charters approved by a district that is not overlapping our geography. If we just walk through the different things that we're supposed to be looking at so that we all leave here with a clear understanding that when we come and talk about pivot at the next meeting, this is what we're looking at and talking about, versus when we talk about French American or accelerated or CCLA or arts.
Okay, so let me start with pivot. We will have a public hearing. They will come and present their, I suppose it would be their case or their continuation petition renewal, and they will bring their advocates in their community, and they will present their case. We will also, it's between that point and when we have the final hearing, we provide our staff recommendation and analysis of the continuation petition renewal to the board, and you will deliberate on that. That is going to be a consideration of them trying to renew within our geographical boundaries. So that is that is going to be one of the most critical decisions that the board's going to have to make before the 90-day renewal term. Lisa, Superintendent August, I don't know if there's anything I'm missing on that one in particular, but we are completing our analysis right now, our staff report. That is the first, probably the most critical and the next step.
For independent charters that we didn't originally authorize, I think my core question is are we looking at the 6 criteria or the 4 criteria for renewals?
So that is actually something that we're getting clarification on from legal counsel, because it's been presented to us as a renewal, not as a new petition. And so that's what we're looking for the legal guidance on. We want to make sure that we get the nuance correct, because if it is a new petition, then we know we absolutely have the right to look at fiscal impact. And that's what we don't have the answer on yet for a renewal petition that was initiated outside of our district.
You're referring to pivot. Yeah, it was presented. It's been.
I'm referring to not pivot. I'm
In
referring to any.
any independent. So if it's presented to us as a new charter, whether it's dependent or independent, we absolutely have that opportunity as one of the factors to be considered. If it is presented as a renewal and it's coming from outside of the district, it hasn't been authorized by us before, that is the piece that we don't have the answer on yet.
Because we have at least one other one that Trustee Medina mentioned that's also approved from outside. Can we first discuss the 4 criteria that apply to both those situations? So on the board, we have a general understanding before we're in the conversation with an actual application.
Absolutely. There are actually there are 16 components that are required to be in the petition. Give me just a moment here. I just have to get through our resources here to get to the correct piece.
As you're doing, I'll just contextualize. It's really important when we're reviewing these that we focus on the criteria in the record in our hearings, because past issues and challenges to decisions made around charters in either direction have been based not necessarily on just the resolutions, but on the comments that are actually made by boards in those considerations. So knowing what our guardrails are for what we're looking at is important for that administrative record if we want our decisions in any direction to be able to be supported. So that's why we wanted to have the conversation now before there was any particular proposal in front of us, so that we could have an understanding of what it is that we're looking at in that kind of quasi judicious role. And I'm trying to not monologue, but I'm trying to give you time to pull up the criteria.
I'm sorry, I think I somehow bumped myself off the Zoom or just lost the window. So
Oh, perfect. Okay.
But Pivot's coming as an independent charter, right? I think while we wait for that list of info, I'm just curious, with the independent charters, there's the whole accountability per portion, and I'm wondering if there's funding from them that comes to us to manage the staff time required to do that? Like, are they required to pay us something so we could do that, or no? Or is that just
I
an
think
extra
they have
cost?
to, my understanding is that goes to the CDE, not to us.
Goes to where?
The California Department of Education, I understand, in my most recent training.
So it'd just be additional work for our staff at our additional costs.
I can't confirm that, but that's my understanding.
sorry,
I
what
mean,
was?
we don't charge, we don't bill them for
We
this
can't,
work.
we cannot charge for the submission of a petition
No.
and our review of that.
No.
If we authorize the charter, then we can charge 1% for oversight unless we provide substantially free
Yeah.
facilities, in which case we can charge 3%. And the 1% is either 1% of their LCFF revenues or the cost of staff time, whichever is less.
Yeah, so
But not for the review
yes.
process.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So what is the penalty or recourse if we deny one of these charters?
There is no penalty against us, no, but
No,
there's.
but like, they just go about business as usual, or are they not allowed to operate
Oh,
their school?
they are allowed a pretty extensive appeal process. It's like multiple steps. They can go to the county and then next they can go to the State Board of Education after that.
And it sounds like Pivot was denied once and they just went to a neighboring district and got it approved by them.
Yes.
So they were able to operate.
They went to Oak Grove Union and yeah, so they've applied to us and they've asked us to grant them under 2 different options we can go into.
Thank you for the clarification.
Recognizing that the law has changed and they can no longer, Oak Grove can no longer approve charters in our district. That's the law that changed in 2019. So that's the difference. And that's why we may see multiple of these where we would never have seen them before.
My apologies, I'm just having
It's okay.
difficulty getting in here. What I think is important is that there are checklists and documents we make sure of. There's a lot of guidance on what we can do, what we need to be looking at, even as we're doing our internal review. FICMAT, which was actually what I was going to share on here.
Yeah, and while Superintendent August is looking for that, I think one of the things that's helpful for CLAs is that they've gotten direction in terms of where they want to go, right? I think there's been some conversations going on for a few months, and so they've got a timeline that they've started. We've got already checked in with legal counsel, and they're beginning their process. Spoke to Principal Coriel earlier, right after one of the items, he's going to begin the process of working with his community. But as soon as they get direction and that's supported from the board, direction that Accelerated Charter wants to move in, the better also, so they can start that timeline, because the timeline and the community being on board and moving in a direction is very important for a process like this, especially when it gets complicated and you're overlapping geographical borders, and your self-determination is not really just a matter of your own decision. We do want to be able to check in with Rincon Valley Union Schools just to see where they are on this also. So all of those things we want to be able to take into account.
So on independent charters, let's go independent then dependent. So on independent charters, let me ask Trustee Prack to ask her question before we have Superintendent answer all the questions that have come up.
No, is it possible to have a lawyer explain this to me? Because one, I have a master's in leadership, not charter law. Two, I'd like someone to discuss this to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
So we're hoping to have some of that conversation right now, and then we'll have lawyers available in between, I believe. But the goal of this conversation is that at the very next meeting, we're going to have to actually do one of these. So we want to get all the questions out there and introductions. Yeah.
Right.
And we don't have a lawyer here right now.
She wasn't available for tonight.
So I will share, we will go ahead and attach the FICMAT checklist guidance document to the agenda as a notation or to the minutes. That's what I'm looking at here that really talks about these are the evaluation criteria. So the petition describes, and it has to talk about all of the different pieces. There's numerous areas, but essentially we have this will be our guiding document, our guiding process as we go through this. And there are, again, 16 areas that have to be identified and evaluated as we go through this. Operational budgets, program implementation, special education, there are policies around discipline. All of those things are things that we have to review with a fine-tooth comb. So our legal counsel will be reviewing for, does it meet the legal requirements? And then they will give us guidance based on our findings and recommendations of what we believe that they can successfully implement or not. And then we work with legal counsel in drafting our findings of fact, in making our recommendation for an approval, a denial, a conditional approval, what that looks like.
Let me go Trustee Jenkins, then Medina, then Prack.
I have two questions. One, if with say Pivot or another one that may be coming to us now in renewal, does that then make them, if they were approved, would they then be a dependent charter?
No.
They're,
The difference between dependent and independent, and that's really, there's not really a definition within the law of dependent and independent. It's degrees of autonomy. But because they don't have the same board and they have their finances separate, they don't receive their funding through us, those two things make them essentially independent.
So Pivot is technically an independent when we're
Through-
talking dependent versus, okay.
Yes.
And then the other question is, respectfully, please don't take offense to this, but are you the main person in charge of,
Me.
but who are you learning from? If you said that it's a steep learning curve, I totally get that, but how
I
are
just
you?
went to a conference.
Do we have? Oh, that's right. But do you have like a buddy? I don't know how to say these things so they don't sound disrespectful. Like, do you have like a partner
Let
to?
me go to Superintendent August on this, because one of the actions we took earlier tonight actually is the support. So you want to speak to the legal support on charters, which is what we approved earlier?
So I want to talk about two things with that. So yes, we have the legal support as far as that was part of the impetus for us looking at a flat rate contract for legal services to make sure that we're getting deeper guidance on that. But there's also, there's the Charter Authorizers Support Net Initiative, which is actually a, through the state and another nonprofit that basically they work to, that's the conference that he went to is really about working with a network of charter authorizers and having resources. So it's something that I actually, my prior districts, I have quite a bit of experience with independent and dependent charters. So we work really closely together as well. But that's really the main resource. And those organizations also have support from FCMAT, from Small School Districts Association, the County Superintendents Association, CASBO. There's a lot of linked organizations in that. So it really is a wide support network and training opportunities and resources.
Okay, so do you feel fully supported as far as like, it's just so much new, it's so much information and so much new information. If we have like enough kids in charter schools within our district that are bigger than other districts, I want to make sure that you are supported in this and that.
I
I
appreciate
mean,
it.
I
No.
know you're a very, very, very competent man, and I want to make sure that you feel supported so that you're at the right level for this as well.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mhm. Really respectfully, I hope that didn't land with anything other than that most respect.
I embrace the new work stream. It's
Okay,
fine.
thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Medina, Prack, and then Kirby.
Thank you. I would just ask, could we have like the 16 categories and everything just sent to us? That way, if we have the time to look through it, we could maybe forward you all any questions that we might have. And secondly, I'm wondering if there's any CSBA resources that are specifically for board members that we could review. Just as we go through this process and we prepare for that process, that could be shared with us individually, like whether presentations, manuals, whatever. And I think to Assistant Superintendent Castro, again, I trust in your ability to learn with this just new area that's just been constantly changing and legal perspectives. And I think that our attorneys will do a good job at providing effective guidance. But I'm sure there will be hiccups along the way and we'll have to deal with it. But I think we're doing the best we can. I'm concerned about timing, given all the other work that we have for our district. And if we start getting a whole bunch of them all at once, what the impact on our staff is going to be. And so I don't know protocol wise, but if there's something that we could do to maybe communicate to these other folks that like, look, we would like to receive petitions or whatever by a certain time or something. I don't know if we can do that, if we should do that, but I'm worried about like everything just coming all at once and then being swamped and not being able to do the work of the actual district because of this additional work.
Yeah, I've been in conversation with Pivot, and I think one of the things that I'm getting tonight is finding out the other ones that could possibly be applying to us. So I'll be looking into that.
Superintendent August, can you speak to our legal requirements on response times once we receive a petition?
Yes, so again, there are a couple of different response times in there. We have the 60 days that we have for the required public hearing. So the public hearing is the opportunity, as Dr. Castro shared, for them to come and present their information. That is not the time that we have to provide our review. There's also timelines in between there that as we do their review, we ask for additional information or clarification, and they have to provide that to us before we finalize and then bring it to the board. So there's a required action within 90 days. And so if we're looking at the timelines for those, we want to be very mindful of the time that it's going to take us to go through with a fine tooth comb for every petition. We need to be doing the same with our own petitions and making sure that they are solid as well. One of the risks, if we authorize a charter and we are not doing our due diligence and they are not financially solvent, there's an issue there, we take on their debt. And so that's why it's really important that we really look at this very carefully. So it's not a matter of wanting to not allow another charter in our area. It's a matter of us being of our fiscal responsibility.
Trustee Prack,
Omar asked my questions, so.
Trustee Kirby.
Well, along that good news about fiscal responsibility, just for transparency, what, is there a typical or standard? Obviously, we do this for revenue to our district, and more than I hope, the 1 to 3% oversight. Is there a standard amongst all the schools, or does it vary for each charter? Can you just give a quick maybe explanation about how does it benefit us to do the charter fiscally?
So there's a difference between a dependent charter and independent charter. The oversight costs, that's what's set into law. There are other costs that can be, if we provide particular services, we can do fees for service and things like that. With independent charters, in other districts I've had where we process their payroll or things like that. So there was a fee to us for that. That's a negotiable item. But the oversight is not negotiable. That is what it is. For our internal charters, it used to be very unclear what we charged them. You know, it was okay, a little bit for this, a little bit for that. That was something that we brought that to the finance committee earlier in the spring around, okay, if we look at this really from a percentage of revenues as offsetting costs, so percentages of all of the administrative costs and things like that, the support costs, all of that wrapped in as a percentage, which I think we equaled out to about 15%, which actually was very similar to what was actually being charged. It's just clearer now that that's what it is, and then all of the things that are provided for that fee.
Great, thanks for clarifying that.
And I would not state that, I would not assume that independent charters would be a positive revenue. That is.
Again, it's 1% or the cost of actual documented staff time, whichever is less. So they are not typically a money maker. It is something that is actually an increased burden on our staff.
Trustee De La Torre? No? Trustee Oliveira, Trustee Carrillo, any questions? Okay. This is our last opportunity before we have these in front of us. So if we want to ask any questions, Trustee Jenkins, now's the time to do it. We really want to ask the questions before we have an actual proposal.
And I don't know if this is actually in the renewal process necessarily, but just a question about charters. Generally, when we're talking about like ADA and where kids are going to school, things like that, pros and cons with when we are the holder of the charter. What are we called?
So dependent versus independent, we're always if there's a charter with our boundaries and they come to us, we are the authorizer, whether they are dependent or independent.
Okay, the authorizer is the word I was looking for. The authorizer of said charter. Do we then have access to know where their kids came from? So we can pull those numbers out of the schools that they're supposed to go to? And if not, can we put that in a renewal process negotiation?
So there is actually a calculation, there's a piece within the LCFF calculator that we have to know the ins and outs between us and a charter. So that's actually a calculation that happens in there. So there is a sharing of information that has to happen. We don't know everything, but anything that impacts our district, we have to have that sharing of information.
Even with the independents that
Yes,
we're authorizing?
That we're authorizing, yes.
Nice, thank you.
Any other question on independent charters? Okay, on the dependent charters, I have just one request when they're coming through. I'd like to understand our admission process in the context of being able to have an ability to not just have the lottery, but actually be able to do placements into our dependent charters based on the need of the student for the curriculum model, especially in the context of 504s. So if a particular curriculum model or element of our dependent charters would serve a student's disability. I think that we need to have a mechanism within our dependent charters to actually be able to place students that need that curriculum there regardless of the lottery. I don't know if it's feasible. I don't, but I'd like to understand that feasibility and have it as a part of the consideration for all of our dependent charters when they come forward.
That's something we'll need to check with legal counsel on.
Any other questions on dependent charters?
Dependent?
Trustee Medina and then Trustee Jenkins.
Just, I don't know if we have dates for when we'll receive the dependent charter renewals, but I'm hoping they're before the end of this year.
So we have those two charters that are going through renewals this year. I believe we just finished Charter School for the Arts last year. I can give you we have a calendar for.
And by year, I don't mean academic year. I mean before December, but I don't know if that's likely. I'm just kind of wanting to figure out that. Will we be seeing anything before December or?
Oh, no.
No,
None of our dependent, no, we would have been working on that. This is like a full year process for us.
So we are, so the communities, so specifically, I know CCLA is already starting their process. SHRACs, we will be starting with that. So that's something that we will guide them through from the district side of things. Also, that's part of our support. The timeline for that is probably after the first of the year because there are still meetings and processes that have to happen for that. Also, for any charters that we are moving location, we will need to do an update to their petition. It doesn't have to be a full update. It does have to be that section though. So those are some other things that you'll see over the coming months. But we want to make
So if
sure
their charter expires June 30th.
we have to
I
back
mean-
up from that.
Well, I mean, but that means that for next academic year, they're not good to go until they go through this. Okay.
Correct. Yes. So
Yes, it has
we
to be
have a
complete.
timeline that we need to get these, the timing of them after the first of the year and before June.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes, what about charters who have, say, for instance, I'm thinking of the French school, Centers of Surf, however we are whatever we're calling them, SRFACs. How they have technically currently they have like TK through 6 on one campus and then the 7, 8 at another location. How on earth do you know how that, like that rabbit hole, this is a rabbit hole conversation. I take back my question.
No, let's have you ask the question because these are exactly the questions that we have this item here to answer. So.
Okay, then I don't take back my question. I'm curious about how it works when there's one charter school, but on more than one campus. That's the best way to ask that.
Well, okay, so what's the question? How do they split onto multiple campuses? I don't know if that would be something that would be addressed in the charter necessarily.
It is addressed in their, it should be addressed in their address, their location. So
Oh,
that's
okay.
something that would be addressed in that part of it as far as the operating. They're supposed to describe what their academic model is, what that looks like in locations and grade spans. So that's an update that we need to do, essentially by allowing them to still operate at the same, we've allowed that move to happen, but we still need to make sure that we officially update that. So like Evelyn, as the principal of French American, works closely with Montgomery around the
Right.
7th and 8th that are on that campus.
Just a follow-up question to that, because our dependents are kind of in the wrong, I mean, we're fixing it, but not necessarily in the right location to be within the correct district of our districts. Is it possible to have like a TK, if the charter is for TK through
So
12?
the listed years of school is how you can anchor a charter in a primary or
understand
secondary
that.
boundary, regardless of what campus they're on. So you could say it's TK through 8, and it could be on 2 separate campuses, and that's what's going to anchor it either into a primary boundary or a secondary boundary.
Can you, but can you have, for instance, can you say your charter is TK through 12, occupy a secondary site with TK through 6 and have the rest of them at a 7 through 12 site?
Yes,
Yes.
we have gotten that guidance from legal
That's
counsel
actually
that
what I
is.
believe they're going to do, so. And it's called a material revision of the charter they're going to have to go through. Yes.
Like to have a follow-up conversation at some point. Thank you.
Trustee Prack? You good? Any other questions regarding dependent charters? All right, then let me find my way back to the agenda here. Minus closed session. All right, we're moving on to H, approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
Which ones?
Well, if someone wants to do all of them at once.
Move to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting on September 24th.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye. All right, looking for a
Motion to approve
on
minutes of
August-
the regular board meeting held on August 27, 2025.
A second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Trustee De La Torre, seconded by Trustee Jenkins. Roll call, please.
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Abstain.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
I think
Vice
you have to
President
abstain when you
Caston.
weren't-
Aye.
I was,
Looking for a motion on the minutes for September 10th.
Motion approved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Trustee De La Torre, seconded by Trustee Kirby.
Student Board Member Carrillo.
Aye.
Student Board Member Olivera.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Abstain.
Trustee Medina.
Me?
Yeah, this is September 10th.
Yeah, September 10th, yes.
Trustee Prack.
aye, but for the September 27th, I have to,
August 27th.
August 27th, I have to abstain because I was not present at that meeting.
Okay. Trustee Prack is for 9:10.
9:10, yes.
Vice President Caston.
Aye. Motion passes. Looking for a motion on the workshop strategic plan from September 2nd.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, moved by Trustee Jenkins, seconded by Trustee De La Torre. Roll call, please.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Abstain.
Trustee Prack.
Aye.
Trustee, Vice President Caston.
Aye, that motion passes. We're now going to reminder everyone we still have closed session, so no running away. We're going to move to board member requests for information. One of those rare moments we get to I. Trustee Medina?
Could I get information on how many of our schools have esports clubs or teams? Yeah, esports.
Like travel.
It's like.
Like video
gaming-
games.
Gaming,
Clubs and teams.
yeah, it's actually a really cool thing.
I'd like more information on our turf fields for all of Santa Rosa City high schools. Turf fields.
In regard to maintenance level, in regard to
Maintenance.
use? Okay.
Mhm.
So deferred maintenance levels on turf fields. Any other requests for information? Trustee Kirby, then De La Torre?
I wanted information on why Maria Carrillo was not allowed to participate in the district showcase upcoming, and why they were also cut out of the shadow program.
We have a quick answer on that?
I do. We're actually working on the showcase information in the shadow program. Nobody's cut out of it. There were different permission slips that were not compliant with liability waivers that we are standardizing and getting out to all of the schools.
Okay, thanks. I didn't have time to get that to you beforehand, sorry.
Perfect. I love it that we can solve it without having to come back. Trustee Delatorre.
I'd like some more information on our new facility rental structure and any possibility for fee reduction or waivers for community groups.
That's when we should get more information. We don't need to answer that one right now. And then I want to add in information on how our different sports programs are supported around rallies, cheer, having someone actually in the broadcasting booth doing announcements. So I want to make sure that and I'd like to understand the overall scope of how that's happening at each campus and any disparity or lack of or equity amongst all the different sports.
Can I ask one more thing?
Yep. Okay. Trustee Prack, Kirby, and then
I also want to know how sports are going at the middle school level
Perfect.
that are on the junior, senior campuses.
and Trustee Kirby.
Yeah, sorry. And this came out of a public comment several meetings ago. Are we still looking into the potential to add the assistant wrestling coaches to cover the women's portion of the?
I'm hearing a sports item in our
Yes,
future.
I do believe that we are, and I think that was one that we had talked about that may need a little bit more time to discuss. And one of the issues related, again, is the fiscal impact of all of those things. That's really the overarching, so maybe that's wrapped into a
Let's wrap it
budget.
into a bigger item that we bring in.
Yeah.
And so,
I'll go ahead and add to that too, because it's getting rainy and so the facilities need for especially those crammed schools, Slater and Santa Rosa. Just add that in there. Make sure that we're like transporting is needed and doors are unlocked, all the things that go with that. Maybe
We can
Janice or-
email you specifics because there's apparently a lot.
I think we
Yes,
got a great
I will
scope here.
need to get some follow-up from you.
I'm going to close item I. We're moving to item J, public comment on closed session agenda. I have no blue cards. Anyone here
So
for public comment?
can we extend the meeting? Do you think we need to extend the meeting for closed session beyond 10?
Can we, I believe we can actually still take that motion in closed session to extend it if we need to. Does extending the meeting need to be an open session vote? I don't believe.
We have done it before in closed session and they've
yeah.
come out and reported.
And I'd
they
report it out as action taken.
Motion
So-
to extend meeting to 11 PM and hopefully we don't go there that way. It's just done and taken care of.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please. So trustees are like, you can stay here all night.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
No.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Prack,
Aye.
trustee, Vice President Caston.
Aye. That passes 5-1. We will be in session until at least 11. Well, we can. Let me reverse that. We can be in session until at least 11 PM. I'll report out on any additional action. We are recessing to closed session to consider item 1, public employee discipline dismissal release. Item 2, conference with labor negotiator. We are conferencing on Santa Rosa Teachers Association, CSEA, Santa Rosa 75, Teamsters Union 665, and public employee performance evaluation for the positions listed, with the intent to then reconvene to open session to report on any actions we take. We are recessed.